Testing for audio and captions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Three today, 5-ish tomorrow.
On that. Some info on that. I haven't seen the interpreter yet. Help them set up. Or have a simultaneous, kind of like a whole thing. Okay. I printed a bunch of big signs. If you know. Shit. Really, I think it even.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of on the wall, maybe back to the door. Okay, well, cool. I think we're all set as far as the caption.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, July 21st. It is 9:04 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and Board Member Jared Blumenfeld. As you can see, we're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, our Assistant Chief Counsel, Phil Wiles, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Meredith Thompson and Elizabeth Carrillo. This is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components, so if you're viewing us virtually, you're viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cali PA Live website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto the platform. But if you are having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to the plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items or during public forum, you need to be signed up. There are QR codes at the side of the room. There's also a laptop. Once you are at the microphone, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation if you so feel comfortable. And then lastly, please do silence your phones this morning so that we just have an uninterrupted discussion. With that, we will transition into public forum, as we traditionally do here, where it is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any item that's not currently agendized for the board. I will go through some public forum commenters. I know we have a large group this morning from the Hmong community in Siskiyou County to provide public forum to the board. And then so we'll transition to folks there then as well. So first, I'd like to call up for public forum Heidi Brow, be followed by John Martin, then Regina Chicazola, and Misty Davison. And it seems Ms. Brow is not on the platform, so we'll go next to John Martin.
Good morning. I'm John Martin, a pathologist with research interest in energy medicine and biophysics. At a previous board meeting, I discussed the concept of energy-based water restoration of water quality. This approach differs from the usual use of chemicals. Indeed, chemicals can be effective, but there are major limitations. For example, it is very difficult to establish the precise concentration of any added chemicals. Moreover, new chemicals are entering into the environment at a much faster rate than detection or chemical eradication methods can be applied. Fortunately, nature has its own adaptive system for restoring water quality. Beneficial microbes can consume pollutants and control excessive overgrowth. They do so through a process that I call nature's allostasis. This process requires biological energy. Recovery does not occur if there is insufficient cellular energy. Fortunately, methods exist to increase the levels of a life-supporting energy in water. The resulting activated water can help nature's corrective processes. Now, earlier this year, I received approval from the Los Angeles County Water Board and the Department of Water Resources to place retrievable components into Lake Casitas during a harmful algae outbreak. One set of containers were closed tubes filled with naturally activated water. The other set comprised processed volcanic rock pellets in wire mesh holders. I had the full cooperation of the lake manager and several of the inspectors. While a reduction in algae occurred, it could not be attributed to water activation alone, since copper compounds were also being used in the lake. What I realized from this experience is that a higher level of direct official involvement will make it easier to test energy-based approaches under real-world conditions. Thus, future studies will be far more efficient, and any positive results will be more rapidly accepted if they are conducted directly by government officials rather than by outside researchers or corporations. Doing so will allow for proper controls, transparent data collection, and faster integration of promising approaches into the state's water quality programs. So I respectfully request that the California Water Board and affiliated groups assign staff to undertake pilot studies of energy-based water restoration methods. I can assist with study design. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Appreciate you providing comments here to the board and public forum. Next, I'd like to call up, one moment as my list reloads, Regina Chicazola, be followed by Misty Davidson, and then Chaya.
Good morning, board. This is Regina Chicazola. I apologize. I have very bad allergies today if I have to stop and sneeze or anything of that nature. But I'm here to discuss a few things, and some of them might lead to questions from the staff, and I think that would be great. But first of all, I wanted to bring up a new issue that has just come to my attention, and that is that Green Diamond, a timber company, is doing hundreds of acres of chemical spray on the Yurok Reservation on the Klamath River right now, or this year. I don't know if they're doing it right at this moment. But I have not been able to find a place where they are covered under any permit for this chemical spray. As you probably know, there's quite a lot of private timber inholdings on the Yurok Reservation, but quite a lot of this chemical use is very close to really important creeks and watersheds, both for tribal beneficial uses, but also for salmon and for ceremony. A lot of the places that are being sprayed are ceremonial sites that are being used this year. So I wanted to bring that to the attention of the board because I did talk to someone on staff at the state, and they were said that they do not think it's covered through the statewide general permit for the use of pesticides on private lands. I have not been able to get in touch with the North Coast Water Board, but it's not covered under any of Green Diamond's permits that are available online. And so I just cannot figure out what the impacts are. We're talking hundreds of acres of spray within areas where people gather basket weaving materials and things of that nature. So, the Yurok tribe is obviously doing some investigating, trying to figure out what's going on. I do have access to some maps of the areas where the spraying is happening, but there's a massive amounts of even dead hardwoods, and I think there's a possibility of even aerial spray. And this is the Klamath River, during ceremonial gathering and salmon harvesting season. So I just think that we need to make sure that it's covered under a permit so that there are proper ways to make sure it's not getting into the waterways. So that is one issue I wanted to bring to your attention. That's an emerging issue within our communities right now on the Klamath River. I also wanted to bring up a couple of other issues just to get them on your radar. Some of them that you're aware of, and I'll try to be quick because I only have 3 minutes. But one of them is that there's a pretty serious issue happening on the Trinity River for many years now. Under Water Rights Order 90.5, the temperature requirements for salmon are way too high. I think it's 56 degrees that the river needs to be maintained on for the salmon. And right now, all the scientists for many years, including the tribes, the NOAA Fisheries, the Trinity Management Council has been asking for that number to go down to 53.5 90.5. And from what I've understood, there has not been action from the water board. And truthfully, there hasn't been much action at all on the Trinity under 90.5. And this has led to, coho fish kills of juvenile salmon during drought years and things of that nature. I'm not aware of that happening this year yet, but I think that happened in 2022. But it's just an issue that's been brought to my attention quite a lot of being an area where a small change by the water board could greatly help the Trinity River out. And as you're probably aware, the Trinity River is used to keep fish kills from happening on the Klamath River and to make sure that temperature requirements are met in the Klamath River and to abate things like algae and things of that nature so that we make sure that we're protecting the temperature in the Trinity River is critically important to the management of the Klamath also. And then the last thing, hopefully I'm within my time, I wanted to bring up, and I'm sorry, it's a hard time for our rivers, as I'm sure you know. And I wanted to bring up is actually somewhat related to some of the issues that might come up later in public comment, but is proposals to build data centers in Siskiyou County and other areas where there are critical needs for salmon and groundwater. One of the proposals is at the base of Mount Shasta, where there is critical groundwater that actually feeds the town. There's also talk about maybe looking into a place on the Shasta River, where the groundwater is keeping salmon alive and which the board is actually dealing with curtailments. I know the board's thought about this a lot, but I think there really needs to be some kind of policy on water use in data centers in California, especially how it relates to salmon rivers and the use of high quality groundwater that's needed for community needs and for the use of rivers. It's just an emerging threat that we cannot deal with on the Klamath River, especially in places like the Shasta River or the groundwater that comes out of Mount Shasta that's used for temperature management in the Sacramento River. So hopefully I'm still within my time, but two of these are emerging issues I would be happy to work with your staff on. And then one of them is a long-term issue that we've brought up at all the Bay Delta meetings and temperature management plant meetings for a long time. But, there are some more simple fixes, such as just changing the temperature requirement that maybe we can move forward on to get the beginning of resolution. Thank you on this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. Always appreciate your comments here and addressing the board in public forum. I'll follow up with the Regional Water Quality Control Board for sure when it comes to that chemical usage. And I know we continue to have a need for discussions on the Trinity. We've had some of those as part of Bay Delta and appreciate your concerns on the data centers. Again, as always, really appreciate your advocacy and voice here at the board. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Misty Davidson, who may not be on the platform, but double checking currently and not seeing Ms. Davidson. We will then move on here to our commenters from Siskiyou County. Would like to call up, believe we have interpretation services, and so I believe the first person to sign up here is Chaya.
Good morning. My name is Chaya. I'm the president of the Mount Shasta Vista Property Owners Association. Our community is in a long-term water crisis, and we need action now. Our CAC had already begun the groundwater assessment for Mount Shasta Vista, and real progress was underway. When funding was halted, the momentum was lost. And with it, our only path toward a permanent water solution. Well water across our community was failing. Many residents have no functional water sources at all. This is a public health emergency, and temporary measures are not a long-term plan. Mount Shasta Vista needed municipal water well system. is the only sustainable path to safe, reliable drinking water. I'm here asking the board to take one essential action. That is, restore the funding for the groundwater and well capacity study so RCAC can finish the work they already started. Our committee ready to move forward. We need you to end the delay and allow us to build our water infrastructure that greatly needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ya. I look forward to hearing from further community members here, but at the start, just did want to say that I know briefings have been scheduled for board members on this issue. So we're actively here discussing and considering and have certainly tracked the settlement with Siskiyou County. And so I think there is, basis for good ongoing discussion, but the board has not yet been briefed, but will be here then soon. But look forward to hearing from the rest of the community. Board Member Blumenfeld.
Sure, just since it will probably come up quite a lot, it sounded like funding to RCAC was cut. Is that?
I'd have to look to, that is not the case. It has
So,
not been
no-
cut, but not yet expanded, I think. But Mr. Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up. So I would characterize it as an initial feasibility analysis was completed. At this point, RCAC thinks there's value in continuing and doing additional work. And so there's a pending request for augmenting and adding to the original work that was completed. And that's what we want to brief you on, what the options are, what the pros and cons, challenges, opportunities, that type of thing.
And Executive Director, that after that briefing, when would that come to the board for a decision, just so all the people can understand the process?
I don't think it's something that will actually require a formal decision by the
Right.
board. It's more getting policy direction from the board, and then we can at staff level decide how to move forward based on your collective input.
Definitely.
When in the best course of things could that happen?
I don't recall when the briefings are scheduled, or
Could we make sure they're soon?
they are soon.
They are
We've
soon.
done one,
We've
and
been
we've got to
prioritizing
brief
it.
four more of you.
For the people here. Great.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
so the funding wasn't cut, just to be clear. There was an initial study. And secondly, in order to release the new funding, it won't take a board decision, but we will be briefed on it shortly.
Correct.
Great.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you, board member. Appreciate the clarity. Next, I'd like to call up Mei Yang, be followed by Lu Li, and then Eliza Ya.
Good morning. My name is Mei Yang, and I am the Vice President of Mount Shasta Vista Property Owners Association. I am here today to urgently request the board's immediate actions on two critical items that directly affects the health and safety of our residents. First, we need the release of funding for our monthly bottled water distribution through ACRC. Our community, including seniors, families with children, and medical vulnerable individuals, relies entirely on RCAC for safe drinking water. Any delay in funding places people at immediate and serious risk. This is not theoretical, but it is daily reality for residents who have no other water sources. Second, we need funding for a comprehensive groundwater and well capacity study. Without this study, our community cannot plan for a long-term solution or reduce our dependency on emergency bottled water deliveries. Our wells are failing, groundwater conditions have changed, and we need accurate data to understand the extent of problem and to build a sustainable path forward. We are asking for two essential actions. One, release the RCAC water funding without delay. Two, approve the groundwater and well capacity study so our community can move forward towards stable long-term water access. These actions are necessary for the survival and future of Shasta Vista. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. Appreciate your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Lou Lee, followed by Eliza Ya, then Dylan Werner Christ.
Good morning, Board and Representative. My name is Lu Li. I am the Director at Large for the Mount Shasta Vista Private Property Owner Associations, representing the Mount Shasta Vista community. I'm here because our residents cannot wait any longer. We need the board to release the funding for our monthly bottled water distribution through RCAC immediately. RCAC is our only source of safe drinking water. When funding is delayed, water stops, family go without it, senior and medically vulnerable residents are put in danger. This is a public health issue, and every day delay is the real consequences. But emergency bottled water is not a long-term solutions. Our groundwater conditions have deteriorated to the point where wells are filling across the community. We cannot wait any longer, operating without data. We need a professional geologic groundwater study funded now, not month from now, not under considerations, but approved and on the way. Without it, we remain stuck in a crisis mode with no path forward. We are asking for two urgent actions. One, release the RCAC bottled water funding so our residents can survive. Approve the geologic groundwater study so our community can move toward a stable, sustainable water sources. Our community is wait long enough. We need your action today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Board Member Blumenfeld.
Director Oppenheimer, so when we last talked a few minutes ago, it sounded like we were talking about the RCAC next phase of the study, but is the bottled water sounds fairly urgent. Is that a separate line item or budget, or?
It is a separate issue, although we will be briefing you on that as well. And just for clarification on that particular issue, bottled water has been not historically, but has more recently been provided, but it's been from the Department of Water Resources. They were funding it, I believe, at a drought funding, and that funding has now, they're out. They don't have any more money. And so there's a need to fill that gap. But again, that's an issue that we'll brief you on in terms of what the cost of that would be compared to our available resources and our ability to do that on an as-needed basis.
Right, but there's a lot of people here, and obviously the sense of heightened awareness and emergency around not having access to water is something that seems way more in need of acceleration than the study part, which seems like we can get briefed on. But if there's anything that we can do, because money running out at DWR, like, these folks don't care which bucket the money comes from. They just need to get their bottled water. So, and it's hot and they've come a long way. So
Yeah, definitely, board member. And the challenge is we haven't agendized the conversation and we're just in public forum currently. So this is really critical and it has been a priority. I know a lot of work has gone on with the community here, with the board, and we're looking to keep fidelity with that for sure. But the challenge is that, this isn't agendized yet. And so we as a board aren't prepared to necessarily talk about it. But I
Okay,
appreciate,
we don't
and
need to talk about it, but staff can still take action on it.
thanks.
So we
board
do
member.
think it's important to get your input, and so
Yeah.
you get a full view of again, the challenges, opportunities, and we get your input before we decide
But
to.
there's like 300 people who came. They obviously feel like it's important to them. So unless we have clarity that you need to provide them with clarity so they understand the steps between now and getting water. Because if you don't have water, it's the only thing that you think about.
Definitely. Yeah. And it's why we do appreciate the community being here to make sure it's being elevated. And we will be responsive. So appreciate that, board member.
Because no one wants to drive from Weed to Sacramento on a hot day.
No, not at all.
So
Yeah.
they're here for a reason.
Totally. Yeah. I agree with that, board member. All right. Next, we'd like to listen to Eliza Yaw. Will be followed by Dylan Werner Christ and then I Young.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Eliza Ya. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mount Shasta Vista community. I have lived in the Mount Shasta Vista for more than 10 years. And during that time, I have watched all the wells across my neighborhood fail. I cannot drill on my property because my neighbor's well that's in existence are drying up, so I can't drill there. This is the reality of a community that we're currently living in right now every day. We do not have water, good clean source of water. Our community cannot plan for a stable water future without understanding our aquifer. Our CAC began a geological groundwater study to determine whether a community or municipal well is possible. But when funding was halted, from what we understood, that critical work stopped. And without this study, we have no path toward a long-term sustainable water solution. I'm asking the board to please take one action, and that is to release the funds so RCAC can continue this geological groundwater study for Mount Shasta Vista area. And the study is the foundation we need to move our community from crisis condition to a reliable long-term system. So I appreciate giving me the time. Thank you so much. I also would like to take my time to talk a little bit behalf of one of my neighbor who was not able to, who is elderly, is not able to make it, but he would like for me to share his thought with you guys. That he's been a long-term member in the community. He's been there for 46 years. And the same issue, at the time when he bought his property, there was a well, and so they were able to build on it and truck the water to his place. Soon after that, the well was closed down by the county, and so there was no way of him getting real water. He believed that having a mutual well for the whole community is what's going to be benefit all of us. So I do have his email that I know it's not something you would take, but please consider that also too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yao. Really appreciate you traveling out here, presenting before the board. Really appreciate your words here. Next, I'd like to call up Dylan Bernard Christ, be followed by A. Young, and then Kai Young.
Good morning. I'm Dylan Werner Christ with the American Civil Liberties Union of Northern California. I've got my colleague Emmy Young here with me today. We sent you all a letter, so I can be brief, and we want to leave the time for the community. I just want to emphasize that we're happy to meet with you all one-on-one or with staff, answer any questions you may have. The long-standing case is now settled, so hopefully that won't be an impediment anymore. I want to emphasize that community members have driven down 4 hours today for this meeting. Often, a lot of them got up at 3 a.m. So we really appreciate your support. And if it would be okay, I would love it if our interpreter could tell the community that if they want to give public comment, they need to sign up. I realize you said that, but for the ones who only speak Hmong, it would be great to say that in translation, if that would be okay.
That would be more than okay. And I appreciate the letter, and the door's open, so looking forward to sitting down and meeting with you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
nhớ rằng thằng họ đó này chỉ biết rằng ấy tôi nói ra đến này sau là hai luôn á, ấy này chúng ta chuẩn bị này chỉ thằng này yêu chủ lo chuẩn bị để lúc computer này ổn định là thế liền bốn này là hai luôn ok ở trong đầu
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ai Young, be followed by Kai Young, and then Debbie Young.
Đó là của nhà ai xong của tôi bè lộ mong chỉ tí yêu cầu thì to cô cũng một cái cho nhẹ cô cho cô lúc họ đây gì phá phi chỉ tao đây cô như chỉ tao đây hậu cô như chủ yếu tao RCAC tại đây hậu xứ nó cô theo đi sợ cái chân bị chạy to thọ này mỗi bao nhiêu cho RCAC ở đây đó bé hậu bé thì chỉ cho nhẹ cô giờ ít tôi năng chỉ cho nhẹ cô và là cho đây hậu xứ thọ này mỗi bao nhiêu cho là ô trao.
Hello, my name is Ai Zhang, and I drove down this morning 4 hours to speak to you because as a resident up in Siskiyou County, I've paid a lot of money to have my well drilled for up to 8,000 feet and still did not get any water. The only way that I was able to survive was because of the help that we were able to receive from RCAC. So what I am asking you is that for those of us who are living up there, we are really poor. We don't have the ability or the financial resource to get water for us. So please help RCAC, give that money to them so that they can continue to support us with our water needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zhang. Next, I'd like to call up Kai Zhang, be followed by Debbie Zhang, and then Kiping Yang.
Hi, my name is Ka Shang. I woke up 3 a.m. this morning to drive all the 4 hours down here to ask for help to release the fund for RACA to help us. We need water up there very bad because we don't have any help. So we need the fund for the RCA to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Zhang, and then be followed by call Debbie Zhang for now.
Morning, Chair and members of the Water Board community. My name is Debbie Zhang, and I reside in Siskiyou County. First off, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform today. I stand here in solidarity with my fellow community members who have all made the special trip to Sacramento this morning to be present here in hopes that our crowd in numbers are visible and our voices are heard in support of RCAC's ongoing efforts to help our community. I am here to ask for your support in increasing funding for RCAC's emergency water distribution program in Siskiyou County. Access to safe drinking water is not a luxury, it is a basic necessity and a fundamental public health responsibility. When water systems fail, residents need reliable emergency response that they can count on. Siskiyou County is home to many rural and unincorporated communities that face challenges larger urban areas rarely experience, like limited infrastructure, long travel distances, and fewer accessible clean water resources. For many residents, specifically living in the Mount Shasta subdivision located in Montague, losing access to safe water becomes an immediate crisis. RCAC has been an important partner in helping our community address these water challenges. Their proactive efforts do not go unnoticed, and their footprints have positively impacted our daily livelihood. Their water distribution program provides a critical service in helping to ensure that residents have access to safe drinking water when they need it the most. This program does not only provide water, but also security, dignity, and hope that during some of those most difficult circumstances our community faces. Additional funding would allow RCAC to strengthen its emergency response capabilities, maintain necessary supplies, improve coordination with local organizations, and respond more quickly to the ongoing water disparities that our county has not adequately or equitably addressed. Supporting this program is a proactive investment that protects public health and improves community resilience. By funding this program, you help secure a safer, more stable future for the people of Siskiyou County. I respectfully ask the Water Board Committee to recognize the importance of RCAC's work and provide an additional funding needed to continue and expand this vital service. I want to take this time to thank you again for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to protecting the people of Siskiyou County.
Thank you so much, Ms. Young. Really appreciate you driving out. I know it's been a long day for everyone here already, and just really appreciate you addressing the board here. Next, I'd like to call up Yiping Yang, be followed by Victor Coronado, and then Q Tao.
Nó cũng bây giờ ít hình dung, cũng nó cũng sao tua thọ cỏ lấy cái cho nó lấy ba lấy cái cho nhẹ cho là cho RCAC, để bây giờ tàu đây học cho họ bây giờ cho lâu, bây giờ cho nhẹ cái bây giờ lấy tàu giả ta là bây tàu đây học giờ bây tàu là cho RCAC, so thọ cỏ lấy ba bây. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yipeng Yang. I am here on behalf of the elderly that live in the community. We have not had sufficient water up there, and so I'm here asking that you guys help the organization RCAC so that they can continue to provide water for those of us living up there. We are in dire need of your help, and we have no water, so please help us out. That is why I'm here today, to ask for your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. Next, I'd like to call up Victor Coronado, be followed by Q Thao, Por Lor, and then Edward Thao.
Good morning. Once again, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here and speak on this matter at hand. Victor Coronado with RCAC. I am the technical assistance provider for this for the Siskiyou County SAFER project, and also part of the DWR bottled water distribution that has been going on since February of 2025. During our SAFER, our first phase of the SAFER project, we have done a feasibility study and an alternative analysis that was conducted by GEI. And during that time also, we have engaged with the community on multiple times during outreach, just to inform them and to educate them on what it would take. We do understand that they are not a public water system, and that is a hurdle we have to get over, right? But the biggest hurdle that we had to deal with was the litigation from the county of Siskiyou. So since that is now over, we would just like to just keep it on your guys' forefront that, you know, we're here and still willing to support. And I know the gentleman over here said that there is funding. It just has to be, just have to get to the next phase of a work plan and has to be approved by DFA. We just need to make sure that the conversation is being had by the water boards and it's not lost. And I think that's what's happening, is there's no communication from the back end back to the community, so we can relay it, that there is some progress on the water board side. We have built a very strong relationship with the community, as you have heard how much we've done for them, and the trust when you reach a community that has a lack of trust for government help and the need that government does not come out in droves to support them. We're the bridge for that, and as you've heard, we would like to continue to be that bridge and fortify it a little stronger. And I appreciate if this topic can be agenda. I think you said agendanized for next time, and that we soon get a response to the DWR or continued funding for the bottled water, so we can still support this community. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the partnership we've been able to have in being able to provide funding to have completed the feasibility study. This is a priority and it's top of mind, and so just appreciate the work that we continue to do and the partnership to be able to serve Californians and the community here. Next, I'd like to call up Q Thao, be followed by Ford Lor, Edward Thao, and then Zhao Yang.
Nó cũng bây giờ cứ bỏ thọ cú nhỏ bé lưu rõ và managiu e Shasta Vista subdivision bé e cú giờ ít lâu cú tu retire rồi thì cú nhà lưu rõ bé cú xử lý một nhỏ bé mà cũng nhóm phải tổ chức trong đó mà biết được cô một cái gì nhỉ giờ để hậu nó do lũ cộng hậu SWRC cô tổ ba biết tổ chức trong nó tôi chỉ cố trình cho cả long term and demo bây giờ lấy cha chỉ giờ này giờ gì này cho đại chủ tôi sai này cho mình nhua em muốn để bù cho này cho mình nhua là giờ tới cái tiền bùa để chết đi出事的哎别这里要倒的被路上的我撞到。
Hello, my name is Ku Pao Tao. I am an elderly who lives up in the city of Montague. I moved up there to retire. I love the place up there. It's beautiful. That's why I chose to live up there. But for many years, we have not had sufficient water. We don't have water for just our human basic needs. And in addition to all our animal, livestock, just our gardening and stuff like that. So we are asking you to help allow RCAC to continue to help us by providing funding to them so that they can continue to give water so that we can exist up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Board Lore, be followed by Edward Thao, and then Zhao Yang.
Anh sinh ra cú bê hùa bỏ lâu cú tô bê mong chiều tua cú ye tô bê sinh nhá bê tàu bê lu xong nhá bê họ xiên de để phía dưới giờ bê phá phi đồ chỉ phá phi thì bê để họ bê cú chỉ mua thì cú sa đó bê lu xong ý xong ta là nó là giờ ACC muốn để đồ bê xí thì ta sẽ bê chúng muốn để xí là bê sai có cho nó chủ nhà đâu họ stay nó ba cho nhiều là một đâu ACC ở đây là bê xí bê.
And board, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I missed one more thing from Mr. He says, you guys are like parents to us. We are like children. We are looking up to you and we rely on you to help your children up there so that we can survive. Thank you. My name is Pao Lee and you know, where we are at is pretty high in elevation. It's about 3,000 to 5,000 feet above sea level. So it's very difficult for us to get water. However, we are asking that you guys please consider helping RCAC so that they can continue to give us water so that we can survive up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Zhao Yang, be followed by Mei Li, and then Allison Norris Singh.
Cho rồng sinh ra thì nó cũng là chúa nhé cô ta hiện sao để cho nó cho chú cho tu trẻ cho nó nó cũng nhớ được về vấn đề của tao cầu lúc sau lúc nào cũng tôi nó chỉ cũng tôi kia này thì cũng ít lời tôi chỉ tao để học sinh lúc nào cũng tôi kia rồi này thì cũng thế lúc đó cho tôi rồi sắp về nó thì chỉ chú ý cho trong hoặc là tôi chỉ tao vì là chỉ muốn chơi tôi even though RCAC là cho đây tôi phải được bé là cho tôi chỉ tao lúc nào là tôi chỉ muốn chơi một thao thì bây giờ được chỉ 18 thao là buộc đâu cho lầu và xíu kha là cho lầu và trả chỉ tao chơi thôi giờ nó nào cũng tôi với những chuyện hay bây giờ cho tôi này bây giờ chỉ tao này giờ chỉ muốn đây giờ nó lúc nào cũng tôi thao đây mua cho nhiều cho RCAC là hoàn thiện để tôi baอยู่ไปจะไปเส้นยอดไป到学北我知道注意
Hello, my name is Joy Yang. Although what you see here is only a fraction of the people that live in Montague, I stand not alone, but as you see all my other residents behind me as well, that may not be coming up here to speak to you, but I have lived in the city of Montague for the past 10 years, and having water is a human right that we should all have, which we have been deprived for so long. So I am here today to ask that you please help us out so that we can survive up there. That is all that we are asking. So thank you to the chair and each and every one of you guys for giving us this opportunity to come and speak and to tell you guys all the hardship that we have suffered up there. And I hope that you guys will help us out. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate, again, the travel up here, the words, and continue to find that there's a path forward for sure. Next, I'd like to call up Mei Lee, be followed by Por Lor, Edward Thao, and then Allison Northside.
Colombia, Meli. Nó cũng thọ hở cho nên nó nên cho bột ra đời. Nên nó bé tua cái đấy tua thì rồi nên hạt tiệt tua lò yang yo cái đấy cái những tua cho ra ra gần cầu. Thế thì nó họ cũng tua cho nó bây giờ mấy ít ở hai example. Bé nhỏ bé chúng mà để hậu và cho bé cho lò nó bé cua nên nó mò xí linh nó này nó này mua tụi này cho bỏ chạy nhiệt chứ tôi một bát cho bé lúc còn hậu mua nhiệt là một bút cho bé xuống số tuổi hậu bé cứ chỉ mua lợi thế ô tô cho đi nhiệt ở đây là ở rau mà nó cái khăn nó dễ khâu này sẽ trâu chỉ ta lên đó nó nói giờ tôi thọ này mua này cho nhiệt là một bát cho bé cho bé sang cả bé tàu đây hậu thế bé thế chỉ mua nè các bạn thấy cho nó cho
Hello, my name is Meili. I just want to let you guys know that the journey down here has been a difficult one. We had to wake up really early to come down. And the reason we made this journey is because it is so important. And I thank each and every one of you guys for the time you guys have given us to come and share with you. As we live up in Siskiyou, we do not have any way of getting water. But I want you guys to know that due to the help that we have received from RCAC, water is life, because as elderly living up there with no water, we have faced a lot of health issue. But since we started receiving help through RCAC with the water, we have seen that there's less health issue because water is life again, source of life for us. And so,
cú xã hạt tiệt tao này made decision mất sao cái nhẹ thế là một bát rồi bé sang nó yêu này sẽ được cho
And so I know how important it is to come down and tell you guys this, because you guys ultimately in the end is the one that's going to make the decision whether you guys will help with the funding so that we can continue to get the water. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and thank you for providing the interpretation services here. It's really appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Por Lor, be followed by Edward Thao, Allison Northside, and then Peter Thao.
The first name.
Yes, I think it was Por Lor.
Oh, he's already.
Oh, here, okay. Apologies, we needed to catch up on here. All right, next I'd like to call up Edward Thao.
And then kuta wacho do cha wore bo nyanda state California na anu na ku lumbe hua wa sang tho na lu ambe hua elver tho na ku tua na ku ye tu lao ku to pong te chena ku ye tu ne nya po cho tia ye ya ku te to chiu nya de be lu Siskiyou be to to xiong na e ku sa tu nu na ma tu tho ko State California mo wore bo na de pa nya to pe lu Siskiyou pe ba de pe cho mong na vi de pe cho no ye cho cho nhẹ pe cho chỉ muốn năm hậu e pe nya chỉ to kha che ku pe nya to kha che tia e ku tho ko ni chom bo sơ de nu này to kha no là ni tom nong pe cho lu mà pe cho cho nhẹ cho trong na chỉ hai mươi tu mi nhọn nhẹ chỉ sơ de po ne cho nhẹ e nu na pe tong ko fu thọ cho cái ban này cho vô để vô nhớ đâu State California nó ni bắt cho nhẹ là tôi là pe cái yếu tố khó đề là gì yếu tố đề bút pe hậu là cha lu công hộ nó nên tôi yếu đề đâu pe hậu tôi xong là pe cu nó cá nhau rong pe cu rong gối tôi nên là rong đối toàn năng lợi thọ ngô hú để cho vô để vô nhau State California ni pa cái tàu pa nhẹ là tôi pa pe trên nên không nhớ được pe tao sẽ ở trong đâu á cô eo
Hello, my name is Edward Tao. I am one of the many elders that live up in the county of Siskiyou. I have lived up there for 6 years. I love the cool weather. As you know, us being old, we can't withstand the heat anymore. And so it's been so nice that we are able to live in a beautiful place where the weather accommodates our lifestyle. Although I'm here, there are many, many who are not here that are suffering the same fate and hardship that we are trying to express to you guys today. I stand before all of them in representing all of them that we really need your help. We want to recognize that due to RCAC, we were able to get some water for the past year, which has breathed new life to us, believe it or not. And so we need you guys to help us to continue so that we can live up there. Water is so important. That's the only way we're going to survive. And so I am here to not only say thank you for your consideration, but please try to help us in the best way that you guys can by urging the state water board, if you guys could urge the other department to release that money so that they can continue to help us as they have for the past year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tao. Next, I'd like to call up Allison Norsine, be followed by Peter Tao, and then Kai Vang.
要让不要阿拉斯诺拉星，哎，侬那种些古到端机你叫那叫秋天，还到你包哎，古少不头阿蒙哎，古假如phải妈妈多做那一梦都要为古啥，多讨你个你八辈鸟都陪路着陪，哦呀古啥讨嘅要，得到陪好，Để tập bé hậu gần như ba nhé một đầu lúa RACA nữa họ là ba đê là cụ vậy tôi năng nhẹ họ đê năng tao chị cô rong xe theo sau để cho nó cho sư cô mua chờ ba đầu bé theo cái cụ thiết tua nó là tua hay lúa li bé là thì chẳng của trả lúa phải chỉ tàu số mong là quyến rong xe tua vì cô sẽ có bé sẽ được tàu đê theo để khó thi o là giờ bé chỉ mua đê xí rồi bé để công lòng bé để chia thọ lút bao chi lì cũng cho đi cho tao cho bao cứ cũng rong cơ đây chỉ là cho đồ lút cho lì ta xa lì ta mù nó chị sợ sợ để khó khó để cũng để đi tao cũng tua ta lợ cũng tua xe theo cũng hay đâu cũng cho đi cho tao theo goodbye Tony vì chỉ mua đê giờ lì cũng theo thọ cỡ nè ba nhẹ đâu lúc cộng hộ mua đê bé hậu thiệt khó thiệt là cô ya khi kể đã đâu bé sợ đời nhá bé có mua lúc họ đê là cho nó cho nhá bé khơi tàu đê ba
Hello, my name is Allison. I just want to let you guys know that I started driving down here since 2 a.m. because I'm not the best driver and I wanted to make sure that I was going to get here on time by 8 a.m. I am here no matter how far, no matter how difficult the journey has been for me to get down here. I want you guys to see, hear, and know that we are suffering up there. We don't have water. Water is something that we have relied on as human beings, but for our daily needs. But I want you to know that in March, April, and May, I was growing corns, all my vegetable. But since July, the heat the temperature has risen. And so I had to say goodbye to my plants because they all died because I don't have enough water to feed my plants to grow. So not only are we limited in getting drinking water, but also just to sustain our living up there. And so I am here to beg you guys, please help RCAC so that they can help us. We are not only asking for a short-term help from them, like the water bottle distribution, but for a long-term, because we all plan to live up there. So please help us to find a long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Norsine.
Hi. What cho ni sa đời ba bé theo
I just want to conclude and say thank you so much to you guys. Please help us.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Tao, be followed by Ka Vang, and then Mo Ying Lee.
Mr. President of the board and its board member. First and foremost, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peter Waming Ta. I am the Executive Director of Hmong American Advisory Council of Siskiyou County. We are a nonprofit organization based in Siskiyou County. I am here today before you, asking for your sympathy and kind thoughts of the continuation of providing water accessibility to the community of Siskiyou County, especially to the resident of Mount Shasta Vista subdivision. I understand it may be a financial burden as well as an overwhelming decision on your shoulder. But may I ask for your sympathetic of our needs. In the last year and a half, we have worked alongside with RCAC in the monthly water distributions, serving the needs of over 600 families monthly. With that being said, RCAC and Hmong American Advisory Council have made a positive impact to the community. Therefore, we would like to see this as an ongoing services. I strongly urge that the board would continue your generosity and thoughtfulness in the supporting of funding RCAC, so we, as a community, would continue to receive such services. As a human being, we all need water to properly function in our everyday lives. That is why I am here on behalf of the organization and on behalf of the community that I can proudly claim to be mine, asking for your help and consideration. Again, I ask, please continue to fund RCAC so we can continue to receive the services of your good Samaritan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Appreciate your leadership in the community here and traveling down and your voice amongst things. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ka Vang, be followed by Mo Ying Lee.
Good morning to all the board members. My name is Ka Vang. I'm a resident of Siskiyou County, and I'm here sincerely to ask the board from the bottom of my heart for you to approve the funding for the water project and approve funding for RCAC to continue with the water project to servicing the families in Siskiyou County. At the end of the day, when you board members go home to your home, and you turn on the faucet to wash your hand, turn on the shower to take a shower. You sit there at your dining table drinking a cold glass of water. You don't think twice about where the water comes from. You don't have to think about rationing your water just so you have enough for tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. Well, we here, everyone in this courtroom in the Siskiyou County, do not have that leisure. We have to ration our water just so that it'll last the next water distribution day. And even though RCAC and the Hmong America Council Advisory tell us not to be there by 8, we are there, a lot of us are there camping by 4:30, just so that we get our allotted amount of water. So, water, which is a basic human need that you use every day that you never think about twice. But we do not have that leisure. Water is very precious to us, and we treasure every single drop of it. So again, I want to ask you, please reconsider the funding to RCAC so that it can service us, which is a community in the Siskiyou County that really do need the water just to meet our everyday needs. Thank you.
I actually have a question, Jeff. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate your comment. Could you tell us a little bit more when you said people are camping out early in the morning? What,
Well, because
tell us about what it looks like to get the water.
it is very hard and it's a very long line. And if you're at the end of the line, they close by 1. And sometimes people who come after 1 don't get water, or, they run out water before 1. So we don't want to be the one that's running out of water and we didn't get our water. So there's a lot of family that will be at the gate by 4:30, just to make sure they get the allowed amount of water that, they're allowed it to.
And how much water is that per person?
Per family, 60 gallons. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yang. Really
thank you.
appreciate that. And thank you for the questions, board member. Next, I'd like to call Mao Ying Lee and want to note, I believe that's the last commenter from the Hmong community here that signed up. But if there's anybody that still would like to provide comment and I haven't called you up, please do just come to the microphone afterwards.
Cái mà đi lên thì chỉ tao hai lùi hai sai lùi thế nên là hai lùi tao thiết kia lại đó. Well, okay. Good morning. Good morning. And thank you. And it's my honor to be here today. My name is Ying Lee. I am the Hmong community chief in Siskiyou County. One of the reasons I come here is because I'm the chief over there, and my greatest challenge are working with our elders, and I also have one meeting the health departments, and well, talking about my backgrounds, if into how I'm more like traditional style. So before that, there are different kind of sickness, but I realized that last year we had the clean and good waters. So my elders people, they are getting more healthy, and the health department in Siskiyou County noticed that too. So thank you, the board, for making that happen, and that also cleared up my thinking about some of the elders because they are too old and they get sick. But that was my thought about it. It was wrong. We didn't have a good water systems, so they have dehydrated and they don't get enough water. So thank you for that. Last year making that possible for RCAC to provide water for the community. And I'm here today on behalf of the community that they asked me to be here because they believe that I'm the chief and my word are more powerful, but I think we are the same equal. But I'm here and I'm hoping that the board will continue the funding for RCAC, consider the Hmong community, the elder people, and considering myself. We are helping the people to stay healthy. That is one of the concerns. And thank you for raising question on that last question on car. Right, people are camping over there because they are afraid that the water run out and they don't have it. So, well, if the next, let's say, if the next possible funding available, make that just make it more like 100 gallons per family, so people don't have to go camping over there, and it's like so we have enough water for the community. And I like to tell the board that water RCAC provide help a lot of for the community, and my door is open, so you can. I have my email register and my contact number register over there, and if you want to know more about the Hmong My door is open and welcome you guys, and thank you. And please continue making the fund available.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Appreciate your leadership here amongst the community and again, driving out, and ensuring the board here understands the criticality of this to the community. Yes. Oh, good. Yes, please.
Ok, để nó cũng bao lì nữa, cũng nhớ bị lúc rồi, chỉ chịu bị lò nữa, cũng ít tu lò cũng mới cho tới xong lợi, cũng nhớ bị tu xe thì cũng ít tu lò, cũng mua máu của lò lò lại, cũng chỉ tao để hậu, của cái cánh của một cha lily, nhưng mà để cho chơi, cũng tao để hậu, cũng chỉ trả cá lò. Tu lò cũng là bị lò cũng là trâu số mong thế là sao? Tại đi mỗi đi chả lò, cũng là thằng đi chả mi nhọn đi cho nó cho chú, cho hôn hỏi, nè luôn bị chả lò kia, lò mới chồng tới xong nó là lò cái đó đấy hoặc là cái gì đấy, anh đi ba anh đi luôn nữa, là anh đi tụt tí chứ lúc cũng mất tụt tụt sơi. Tôi muốn nè chị chia sẻ đâu nè là bao chị đâu số một là thiếu tiền càng càng là sao nè hắn đi lúc biết cho lâu thì biết cho nên nhớ bé sao nhẹ đi cho nên nhớ bé cho nên tôi nhớ bé mới xem mà lúc bé mới xem là chỉ lúc bé cũng muốn nhớ bé tao cậu ý xong xong nó lại thế đó nè cho mình nhớ nè cho nó cho chị sẽ được bao ấyวันนี้จอมจักรลายละเท้าละพับตาละพับเทียให้นาตัวนี้เสวันนี้จอม
Hello, my name is Bao Li. I am approximately 80-something years old. I have lived up there for the past 11 years. And I just want you to know that it has taken me 4 to 6 hours just to get here. But I came down here because I want you to know my story. I am elderly, I'm slow. So by the time I get to the water distribution, there are many times that they ran out of water and I didn't get any water. It's been so difficult not having water up there. And so I am here. Please see us, hear us. The suffering does not stop with just the monthly water distribution. We really need your help in order for us to live. Even though I'm 80-something years old, I want to continue to live up there. And I apologize if I'm crying here, but it's such, I feel so sad that water is such a basic needs, but we are struggling just to get the basic needs met so that we can survive up there. Not many people, there are people up there that are kind to us, that are helping us, but then there are also other people that don't want to see us there and don't help us. So I am begging you guys, please love us. We are like children to you. We look up to you as our leader and our parents to be there and help us when we're in need. So please help us. I don't care how long it takes me to travel another 4 or 6 hours up north. I want to be here so that you can hear me and my story. Thank you. Please help us.
Thank you. Thank you incredibly, Ms. Lee. Is there anyone else who would like to speak that has not had a chance to speak yet? Just an incredible amount of appreciation. Again, I know that the travel down from up north isn't easy, and I know that the conditions you're all having to face aren't easy as well. I am glad, again, to see that there was a recent settlement with the county. I think that there is an opportunity for us to work together with the county because, as I understand, it isn't just the water infrastructure that's so critical for your community to develop. It's other basic infrastructure as well, like energy and roads. And I think there's an opportunity here to bridge. Certainly, we're here on the water side, doing what we can, both on the interim with the bottled water services, but also helping figure out the community for the long term. But as I said, I know that the issues in the community are deeper than that. There is a lot of tension ultimately, and I think that we can be a helpful bridge to some of those conversations. As we said, the board is currently being briefed. Those schedules, those briefings have already been scheduled. So we're hopeful to be able to turn back around have further meetings with you all and be able to communicate what we're able to provide and what we're able to support. But Executive Director Oppenheimer, I don't know if there's anything further you wanted to make sure we leave folks with today as we again contemplate and handle what is, I know, a very personal and very critical issue here for the community, not unlike many communities we've worked with here in the state that don't have access to clean water. It is a human right within the state, and we're doing our best to ensure that we fulfill that. Executive Director Oppenheimer, I don't know if there's anything
Yeah.
further you want to make sure and leave folks with.
Thank you, Chair. I think you summed it up well. First, also reiterate thanks to the community. It's always really helpful to hear directly from the people that are affected. Also, thanks to ACLU for the letter that we recently received. I thought it was thoughtful. I thought it was helpful. As we've talked about multiple times today, we do have briefings. They're scheduled to conclude next week. And for staff's part, we're committed to getting to a decision point and answer as soon as possible, and that should happen soon. I don't know what that answer is going to be. There are challenges, as you talked about, but there's also a great need, as evidenced by the testimony that we heard today. I don't want to set false expectations, but I do want to give my commitment that we will get to a decision point shortly. And again, just really appreciate the input from the community today.
Yeah, and what I will personally commit to, in knowing that you all have traveled so far to come down here, I'll want to ensure that I take the time to travel up north too. There's a lot going on, obviously, in Siskiyou County with our ongoing work, but I'd like to take an opportunity to sit down with the community in your community here sometime in the near future as well.
Yeah, and if you're good with it, I'd like to join you for that.
Thank you, Executive Director. Thank you all again for traveling up, for providing your voice, raising your voice here with the board. I'm really proud of the work that we've already done with RCAC, with being able to fund at least a feasibility study now. And what we have are some tough discussions, but important ones on how we all proceed forward together. So just thank you all. Really appreciate your voice here. We do have one additional public forum commenter that was not part of the the Hmong community and the concerns around drinking water, and so I would like to. Yeah. So I'd like to go to Nicole Whipple.
Mahim, Sintamanake Kanema. Thank Nicole Anna, Round Valley K Anna. Good morning, Water Board. Thank you for being here. Good morning, my relatives. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. And thank you again for the time to provide some public comment. I just want to really express the need for the board to acknowledge a few of the waterways that I've traveled over the past couple of weeks. So I've had the honor and been blessed to share time and space with the Winnemem Wintoon and all of the tribes along the Sacramento Bay Delta watershed in a prayer journey called the Run for Salmon. And when I had started organizing and talking with Chief Kylene Sisk, she was pretty adamant about the work that I do as a policy specialist on getting me onto the boat on part of the beginning of the descent of the run where they travel, where we travel from the Bay Area to the Chico Calusa area. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it due to some, our traditional cultural timing and stuff. But there was a lot of videos that were shared, and I just want to express how important it is that the board recognizes the need to respond to the water and the algae and do better at creating habitat. So there were pictures and concerns about the water being extremely green and the habitat restoration that was in that area was really not supporting any type of natural habitat. And she shared that there was, just kind of like just big poles that were just kind of sticking out of the side of the bank that were supposed to have been a form of habitat and collecting sediment as it flowed down to create the cooling pools for fish. And, you know, realistically, the only thing floating down that river is cyanobacteria and ag runoff. So, you know, that catching or protecting anything, which was a great concern. And questions, the Shingle Springs band, um, Indians was on that um, boat trip as well, putting down prayers, and you know they were really concerned, and we had the great discussions about what it looks like in the river, and seeing it firsthand was really detrimental to us and our culture. And you know, I shared with them, if you fly over the Bay Area, you can see fluorescent green in certain areas and bright red in others, which is completely concerning for our resources and again the fish pathways and habitat. um, I did make it onto the paddling portion where we paddled 20 miles on the Shasta Dam. And, you know, it was a blessing and an honor again to be able to put down the prayers out there in a place where so our family here in Lake County and in Mendocino County, we are traditional people roundhouse people. And so one of the stories that was shared is that one of, you know, the original roundhouses came from the Winnemem Wintoon and was shared with us in our area. And so we were able to go out to the site where that original place is underneath the Shasta Reservoir. And so just, you know, again, acknowledging the connection to not only one tribe, the Winnemem, but the connection to all of our tribes who are struggling profusely with water quality, our fish habitat, and our cultural resources. I am from Round Valley. I reside in Lake County. And, you know, on around the 28th or the 29th, when the prayer journey started, we had a fish kill here in Lake County. And so this week, as an organizer again and policy advocate, we've been planning for the annual Tule Boat Festival, where my uncle, my great aunt's husband, started this cultural event years ago. So it's very heartfelt for me to be an organizer and supporting this event and the tribes that continue to put this event on. But with the toxic algae blooms in Clear Lake, we are now may not be able to allow our people, our youth, who we have put a lot of work and time and efforts to share our culture with, may not be able to go out into the lake on Saturday. So we have a whole week of events where we collect tules. Collecting those tules could be a concern because even going and touching the water, we don't know. There's not a lot of science on how the bacterias and the microcystin, if they live within the tules that are growing along Clear Lake. Again, these are ceremonial items that we use in our roundhouses that we sit on, create beds, we create our skirts. And, you know, we're just not quite sure if it's safe to even gather them. And we've had to gather them out of the county um, because of not knowing the science behind if they're healthy or not to even touch or to use or to gather. But it's also a food source and also a natural cleansing for natural filtration for the lake. So those are just a couple of things as far as the lakes go, the reservoir, and then our lake here, that I would like to, you know, really express a need for the water board to consider, because I know that we
Thank you, Ms.
have,
Whipple.
yes. One last comment. Um, on, you know, I also made it out to a portion of the Eel River, Alder Point area to do some surveying there. And I know that the water board may not be part of the Great Redwood Trail, but it is a state project where water quality is concerned. And there were places in this area near Alder Point where there are diversions and cold spring waters are being trapped, and where it's creating other there are certain places that have created wetlands where this water has been diverted or stopped along this trail access that while we're surveying, we have to treat these areas now. The understanding from the biologists and people working on this project is that they have to treat it now like a wetland when it's not a wetland. But my biggest concern was that the water, the cold spring water, is not running into the Eel River. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whipple. We do appreciate that. It's good to hear from you and appreciate the continued engagement here, both in public forum, but also outside of the board with other tribes. Appreciate the issues you're bringing up here and know that whether it's harmful algal blooms or the water quality challenges, definitely places to plug in and want to make sure that we continue to do so with you. So thank you. Really appreciate your voice this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day, City Woodham.
Much appreciation. All right, that wraps up today's extended public forum. Really appreciate everyone's patience and time here as we provided ample space for the Hmong community. It was really appreciated and hope folks travel home well. All right, that now brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of adoption of the board meeting minutes from the July 7th and 8th meeting. Looking to see if there's any adjustment to those meetings, and then if not, otherwise, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move item 1.
A second. Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the meeting minutes are adopted. Our second item is an uncontested item, still believed to be uncontested. Just want to acknowledge the fantastic work we're doing with RCAC down on the Tijuana River. This is an item regarding continued funding for operation of the trash boom down there. Just really appreciate the partnership and work on it. And I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move adoption of item 2.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote? And we'll give it to Board Member Blumenfeld. Yeah.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and item number 2 is adopted. That now brings us to a couple of informational items. The first being item number 3, which is current hydrologic conditions, and then we'll move into item number 4, which is an update from our SACWIS.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, board chair, board members. My name is Karina Hura. I supervise our conservation program in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And I am joined today by Marielle Verdera, our lead data scientist for the unit. Okay, so I believe we have slides. Sure. That's okay. Okay, so for today's hydro update, we are just going to be giving a very brief update on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life regulation. A little context to just set us on the topic. The regulation was adopted by the board in the summer of 2024 and has been in effect since January of 2025. So at a very broad level, this regulation establishes a new way of managing urban water use. Long term, this regulation will hopefully contribute to cultivating practices that help communities adapt to California's changing climate, including longer and more intense droughts. Near term, the approximately 400 urban retail water suppliers subject to the regulation have begun reporting and have started implementing the requirements of this reg. Next slide. Those requirements of the regulation are these three major components. So first off, each supplier will annually calculate an urban water use objective, which is a volumetric goal calculated using water use efficiency standards and several service area characteristics specific to that supplier. They will also be carrying out performance measures for commercial, industrial, and institutional water use to promote increased water use efficiency by those CII water users. And last, each supplier will also be annually reporting to the board on how implementation of the urban water use objectives and the performance measures has been going. So we now have gone through 2 reporting cycles since the regulation went into effect. And so next, I will be handing it off to Marielle to show you how we are displaying some of this data that the suppliers have begun reporting to the board. Next slide.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I will be showcasing some of the features of the Urban Water Use Objective dashboard. This tool was developed by myself and my colleague Ashley Spalding to provide users an easy way to view key insights from the reports. We hope to continue adding more features and welcome input from the board and the public on other features they would like to see included. Next slide, please. The dashboard can be accessed from the regulation dashboard button on the regulation website shown here, and we've also provided a QR code that links directly to the dashboard itself. I will now be grabbing the screen to do a live demonstration of the tool. All right, we're in business. So here we see the landing page for the dashboard. It provides an overview of the tool and the regulation, as well as some resources in the sidebar down below. We have a searchable glossary of the various terms used throughout the dashboard. And now I will go into the features of the dashboard itself. I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'll start with the objective reported use in SBX 7x7 tab, which may be familiar in appearance to anyone who looked at the Objective Explorer Tableau tool that this dashboard replaces. By default, the tool compares the objective shown here to the reported use for all suppliers who submitted a report for the latest time period, but the view can be changed to that for a single supplier and multiple reporting years if desired. I will just show it for the city of Sacramento since we're living in the city. And here we can see Sacramento is doing just fine. The sidebar also includes some further customization for the plot with options to change the units of display and the elements that are shown in the plot. The data that is used to create the plot can be downloaded as a CSV, and the plot image can be exported as a PNG file. Moving on to the supplier report card. It's a useful overview of a single supplier's information all in one place. It includes submission status and objective compliance status, as well as some useful information such as the list of water systems and their associated water loss standards, and if applicable, any approved variances or new construction in special landscape areas. If you want to zoom out and instead see the larger statewide picture, we can go to the statewide reporting status tab. By default, this page shows submission and objective status for the entire state with a map and accompanying table to provide more granular information. However, you can filter by one or more counties if you want to get a more specific regional picture. For example, here I can select Sacramento and Yolo counties. You can also filter by specific objective status if you wish to see a specific subset of suppliers. Here I am subsetting it by the suppliers for which there is no available data for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 time period. And I am using that as a segue to pass things back to Karina. I will be stopping sharing my screen and we can go back to the slides.
Okay. I think it's a pretty dandy tool and I use it often. And if anyone used the previous objective exploration tool that was up on our webpage, I think Marielle just about maxed out the technical capabilities of it and it was incredibly slow to load. So I'm really impressed by what her and Ashley were able to do with this new one. But so as Marielle mentioned, one of the features of this new tool was that we're able to easily filter through submission status, see how suppliers are fitting into the different categories of meeting or not meeting their objective. So for the 404 urban retail water suppliers, vast majority, about 92%, have submitted reports. However, there do remain about 30 suppliers that did not submit the required annual report. These are the ones listed here and seen on the map on the left, which is a screenshot of the tool. I will note City of Susanville does have an asterisk next to them because they technically did submit something. It was just not the required complete report. So next slide. So over the last couple of months, the conservation team has reached out to the non-reporters via email and phone calls, and several suppliers have been able to submit their missing reports since we initially reached out to them. Of the remaining 30 non-reporters, staff have been able to get on the call with 20 of them, and 6 of those suppliers requested a follow-up meeting with us, so we were able to walk them through the report and some of the requirements. However, there do remain 10 suppliers who we have not been able to get on the phone call or hear back from the 30 non-reporters. So now that the reporting period has wrapped up at the end of June and suppliers will start preparing for the next required report, which is due January 1, 2027, staff will be reminding all suppliers of the upcoming reporting deadline. And particularly for these suppliers we have not been able to reach, we'll be attempting to find additional contacts to reach out to hopefully give them information about this reporting requirement. And next slide. And then just to remind suppliers of some of the resources we have available, suppliers can now download the latest reporting form for the fiscal year 25-26 in our Conservation as a Way of Life webpage. We also have up on the webpage a very detailed guidance document and recordings of past webinars where we have walked through the form. And as always, if anyone has questions on the Conservation as a Way of Life regulation, or if suppliers would like to schedule up a meeting with us, they can email us at waterconservation@waterboards.ca.gov. And that is all we have for you today.
Thank you. Really appreciate the update here on continued implementation of Making Conservation a Way of Life regulation, especially as we hit into the hotter summer months. A good opportunity just to remind folks always the wise and efficient use of water is so critical. What also reminds me, obviously, our discussion, say, on the Colorado River, proud of the state having these regulations in place, really showing that we're doing our part within California to ensure that we are being as efficient of our water supplies as possible, and just a lot of appreciation to the water agencies as well and their as they're in the midst of implementing this work. I guess the only note I would make on the non-reporters, it seems it's a lot of cities, and I can imagine, I know that cities have a lot on their plates right now and may not be as well resourced when it comes to ensuring that they're engaging on the regulations. So really appreciate the technical assistance and work that is being done to outreach, to bridge to them, and to bridge what we know are, for all of us, very limited resources to handle what are huge missions. So just a lot of appreciation there. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any comments or questions on the quick hydro update. Board Member Blumenfeld.
Thanks again for all the work you did on it. I guess my question is, how is the general public getting this information, and how are you, because to your point, huge amount of effort and work goes into this. You constantly have to bug folks to send their information in. Like what's the way that you're getting this back out to the public, and how do we track how well the website is doing?
So right now, a lot of the public communication really is dependent on the local water system and their supplier. So different water systems have different conservation programs, and so they're doing their own efforts depending on whether they need to focus on water loss or residential outdoor water use or whatever it may be, and focusing their programming that way. Statewide, I know we have the Safer Water campaign, which unfortunately does not have funds at the moment. So I know the Department of Water Resources has not been able to do a lot of that statewide programming, unfortunately.
I guess there's just so much great information in there. Having a strategy on how you would get it out to the broader public in ways that are consumable would be great. Starting with a website URL that's not like 78 characters long.
We can add some short links to
That'd be
it,
great.
definitely. Yes, and I know we are working with our communications office to do some more public resources on, for example, climate-ready landscapes that is in the works.
Yeah, we can work on that. I think that's good input. I'll note that during the drought, our engagement with the public was much close. We just had a lot more engagement. In fact, honestly, all my time working for the board during the drought, conservation was the issue where I saw I've seen the most public interest, but we're not kind of in a drought emergency right now, so we've taken a backseat. I think Karina's right. Like the communication rightly is coming from the local agencies because the strategies at work are sort of tailored to each region and each water supplier. But that's not to say we couldn't do more in terms of better public communication on this. So we'll work on that.
Yeah, really appreciate that, board member. And embedded in there is a discussion about the website, which we won't go into deep dive now, but let's just say there's work to be done. Board member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you for the update and the incredible work on the tool. I was an avid user of the water use objective exploration tool when we were developing the regulation, and I'm really appreciating the upgrades that I'm seeing. So I'm looking forward to diving in a little bit more and playing with that. When it comes to the non-reporters, I share the same observation as the chair that it looks like a lot of cities. But I'm heartened to see that you were able to make contact with 20 of the 30. So what have you learned from those discussions, and how can we help lift up the cities that are struggling to keep them on track and to get outreach and make contact with the other 10 that are still lagging behind?
I mean, Chair Esquivel is right. They are very busy and overworked folks. We also noticed a lot of high staff turnover. The two bills directing the board to do this work were enacted or passed in 2018. Since then, several folks have come and left these supplier roles. And so just catching up on work that the department was doing in 2018 to give them their residential landscape area. It's like, okay, since then we've had 2 new GMs who are now having to relearn this information. So we are working on trying to make the regulation as easily digestible as possible through some more summarizing materials, and then hopefully some of the work that we are doing in collaboration with the Data Collaborative and CalWeb on setting up these webinars and potentially if suppliers get into the pilot program to get that more hands-on approach to learn about the regulation. But it is a big, complicated regulation, and with staff having to take it on if they've only been in the position for 5-6 months, and it is one of several requirements that they have. It's understandable that they need a little bit of time to settle into it. So generally what we found is that it's not just negligence, it's that it's a new person that didn't know about the regulation, or it's one of 20 things that they're working on. And so just for example, having us walk through the reporting form through a 1-hour meeting has helped. And then I think Marielle has also done a pretty good job of blatantly labeling in the reporting form what's required, what's optional. Some of the deadlines don't come into effect in the next couple of years. So also trying to set them up to do that long-term planning for what's required for this reporting form, but then also what should you be planning for the next 5-10 years to successfully implement the reg. And then Marielle, I don't know if you have anything else.
Yeah, I would say that, the report itself does look pretty scary. It's 14 tabs, but, that then they select their supplier name and half of it's all of a sudden pre-filled and they're like, oh, this isn't that bad. So it's just, it's a lot of information to take in, and we've done the best that we can to help them to provide that information in advance. I think it's just going to be a matter of understanding all of the pieces and sort of like order of operations for what data pieces need to come next.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just I know there's a lot of handholding and outreach, and just making the time available for these cities and communities is really important. I know a lot of the look like they're in the San Joaquin Valley and Imperial Valley areas, and I know, I suspect that they have a lot of work to do to achieve their water use objective by 2040. So getting in touch and hopefully educating the staff as soon as possible, I think, is going to be very helpful to them. So thank you for the work.
Thank you, board member. Not seeing any further discussion here at the dais. We do have one commenter. Would like to go to Regina Chicazola.
I can skip. I already said my concerns about the data center water use earlier in the meeting during public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. Appreciate, again, your comments. All right. Well, I think that wraps up item number 3. Again, really appreciate the quick update here on conservation reg. Look forward to further update as we continue to implement. Thank you so much. Now that brings us to item number 4, which is an informational item on the 2026 report of the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures. We'll go ahead and give ourselves just 5 quick minutes as the panel changes out.
Bring your washing plates, even though I already told you to do it. Oh, wait.
All right. Appreciate the break, everyone. I think we're ready to go in and bring ourselves back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Manhart. I'm an engineering geologist with the Division of Water Quality. I'm presenting the final 2026 SACWIS 2026 report of the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, or SACWIS. With me today are members of the Interagency Working Group and SACWIS, Alicia Gutierrez with California Energy Commission, Luam Tesfa with California Public Utilities Commission, and Stephanie Cato with California Air Resources Board. From the State Water Board, we have Kat Fike, Supervisor of the Ocean Standards Unit, and Phil Wiles from the Office of the Chief Counsel. We will be hearing from representatives of the SACWIS in this presentation. We will also be hearing from representatives of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power in a presentation that will follow this one. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the SACWIS is a committee that advises the State Water Board on implementation of water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the Once Through Cooling or OTC policy. To ensure power plant compliance schedules are consistent with local and statewide grid reliability needs. The SACWIS convenes at least annually to consider a SACWIS report that includes the status of OTC power plant compliance and recommendations to ensure grid reliability. The SACWIS convened on March 20th, 2026, and approved the SACWIS report. The purpose of this informational item is to provide updates from the SACWIS report and the March SACWIS meeting. Next slide, please. The final SACWIS report included details regarding the status of OTC policy compliance and estuarine and coastal water use, updates on grid resource and infrastructure planning that pertains to OTC power plant planning and capacity replacement, details on air and water quality, regulatory and permitting considerations associated with OTC power plants, and recommendations from the SACWIS committee as related to the OTC policy implementation. The SACWIS does not recommend any changes to OTC policy final compliance schedules for the associated generating facilities. The agencies of the SACWIS continue to assess reliability impacts to the electric grid, the progress of procurement and new generation development, and progress in meeting air quality and climate goals. OTC policy requires SACWIS to report to the State Water Board with recommendations on any need for modifications to the compliance schedule each year, at least through 2026. The SACWIS may convene in future years, if necessary, to advise State Water Board on the implementation of the OTC policy compliance schedule and grid reliability concerns impacting existing power plants. Next slide, please. The OTC policy was originally applied to 19 power plants located along California's coast. 12 of these power plants are in full compliance with the OTC policy through one of the two available options, known as Tracks 1 and 2. Track 1 requires owners and operators to reduce their intake flow rate to a level commensurate with that which would be attained through a closed-cycle wet cooling system. Track 2 requires owners or operators to reduce impingement and entrainment mortality to a comparable level to that which would be achieved under Track 1. 11 OTC power plants complied via Track 1, and 1, Moss Landing, complied via Track 2. Owners and operators of the 7 remaining facilities intend to comply via Track 1 by either retiring or repowering their units by their OTC policy compliance dates, which are listed on the slide. Next slide, please. This graph, which is included in the final SACWIS report, shows historic and projected water use for all OTC power plants as a daily average. The green line represents design flow rates under the planned compliance schedule in the original 2010 OTC policy. The blue line represents design flow rates based on the current compliance schedule, which was updated in the 2023 OTC policy. The red line represents flow rates, where the solid line is actual flow rate data as reported by the facilities to the EPA, and the dashed red line is projected flow rates through the end of the compliance period in 2031. Some points to note from the graph include the following. System-wide average daily water use has decreased over time as power plants have come into compliance with the OTC policy, as shown by the solid red line. It is also of note that it has consistently been significantly below the 2023 OTC policy design flows. The projected water use, shown by the dashed red line, exceeds the 2010 design flow due in part to the legislative decision to extend the retirement date of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant from 2025 to 2030. However, it too remains below the 2023 design flow rates. Also note that the solid blue line considers whether OTC owners and operators decided to repower or retire their units to comply with OTC policy. While most OTC owners and operators opted to retire their OTC units, qualifying as Track 1 compliance, Moss Landing Power Plant opted to comply with Track 2, which allows limited use of OTC water. The solid blue line approaches but does not reach the zero in 2031 due to the continued use of OTC water by Moss Landing. As a side note, all facilities pursuing Track 1 will continue to comply with the interim mitigation requirements in the OTC policy until they achieve final compliance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 7 plants scheduled to comply with OTC policy under Track 1 by December 31, 2029 deadline. The final SACWIS report includes information describing water quality requirements and procedures for the operational power plants still using once-through cooling. These requirements include permitting and other considerations related to water quality, and this table summarizes the information contained in the final report. Discharges from these power plants are regulated through National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits issued by the regional water boards. All are operating under NPDES permits, although several of these permits are under administrative extension or will expire prior to their associated facilities' OTC policy compliance date. Applicable regional water boards may consider renewing or continuing to administratively extend these permits subject to applications and completed reports of waste discharge from permittees. The status of each power plant permit is described in the final SACWIS report. Please note that on February 26, 2026, the Central Coast Regional Water Board adopted Order R3-2026-001 for Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, which went into effect on April 17, 2026. And now I'll hand it over to Stephanie Cato from the California Air Resources Board to provide an update on the status of air quality regulatory requirements.
Thank you, Christine. Next slide, please. CARB staff's role as part of SACWIS involves coordination with the local air districts to confirm facility permit requirements will continue to be met during OTC policy implementation and to monitor compliance. CARB also works collaboratively with local air districts to identify provisions in current rules or rules under development that may have a bearing on OTC operations. These next 2 slides summarize high-level takeaways from the air quality regulatory considerations portion of the SACWIS report. Regarding permitting requirements, Title V is a federal operating permit program required for major sources of air pollution. The permits consolidate all air quality requirements into one document in an effort to enhance compliance. The operating gas-fired OTC facilities need to renew their Title V permits to continue operating through 2026 and 2029 OTC policy compliance dates. Facilities are allowed to operate with permits that are up for renewal to allow for operation through approved timelines. Currently, all facilities either have a valid Title V permit or are operating under a renewal application shield until their renewed permits are issued. Huntington Beach, Harbor, Scattergood, and Ormond Beach generating stations have renewed permits that are valid through their respective compliance dates. Renewals are in process for Alamitos and Haines. Next slide, please. The OTC units may continue operating in accordance with their permits and must meet all regulatory requirements, including any applicable regulatory requirements adopted as part of future rulemaking activities. Based on information available through May 2026, the operating OTC facilities are in compliance with air quality rules. In terms of rules that could affect operation of the OTC units, South Coast Air Quality Management District Rule 1135 sets best available retrofit control technology level emission standards for NOx. Rule 429.2 is the companion rule to Rule 1135 that establishes requirements for generating unit startup, shutdown, and malfunction events. Both rules include corresponding monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements. For OTC units that will retire by their OTC policy compliance dates, these rules allow limited scope and limited term exemptions through the end of 2029. However, the exemptions do not apply to cases where the OTC system is removed to comply with the OTC policy, but the existing fossil fuel fired generating unit continues operating. It is our understanding that the OTC units at Alamedas and Huntington Beach qualify for these exemptions. We further understand there are plans to change out the OTC systems for Harbor Unit 5, Haynes Units 1, 2, and 8, and Scattergood Units 1 and 2, but maintain or repower the associated gas generating units, which would mean the Rule 1135 and 429.2 exemptions do not apply. However, according to LADWP, the gas generating units already comply with the applicable emissions and operational provisions of these rules. Any projects at the facilities that would involve modifying existing units or installing new units that emit pollutants will need to go through permit application and evaluation at the respective air district. This includes meeting new source review rules and any applicable best available control technology and emission offsets requirements. I'll now pass to, I believe, Luam.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and Water Board members. My name is Luam Tesfaye, and I serve as the Executive Director for the California Public Utilities Commission. Very pleased to appear before you today in support of our recommendation of no further compliance date extensions. The California Public Utilities Commission takes its role as the regulator of over 75% of California's electricity system very seriously. We do not only order procurement of new resources, but we are regularly monitoring the procurement of new generation and storage resources so that California can reach its clean energy goals reliably and affordably. Roughly 22,000 okay, just making sure I was on the right slide. Roughly 22,000 megawatts of net qualifying capacity, as listed on this slide, has come online to serve the California system since 2020, which is equivalent of over 35,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity. We use this net qualifying capacity metric in order to be able to represent the reliability elements of these resources, which is the core of our recommendation for today. In addition to the 22,000 megawatts of net qualifying capacity that has come online since 2020, we are expecting an additional 14,000 megawatts of net qualifying capacity to be online by the end of 2029. And that's not just from our procurement orders. We know that those resources are under development and have contracts in place. Although a lot of new capacity continues to come online, it is important to note that grid reliability must still be carefully monitored to take into account various procurement challenges, changing demand forecasts, and unexpected retirements. Next slide, please. Even taking this into consideration, the California Independent System Operator system has added record-breaking amounts of new resources in the past few years, and further details on that are on this slide. In the 2026 SACWIS report, we reported procurement through the end of 2025 in net qualifying capacity. This slide also shows new resource additions in 2026, which have further strengthened our reliability position and do not change our SACWIS recommendations on once-through cooling facility compliance. You'll note that the total procurement, including imports from 2020, through May 2026 was around 22,000 megawatts of net qualifying capacity, and we're very proud of this. We've had record additions to the California system in 2024 and 2025 with over 4,500 megawatts of net qualifying capacity coming online in both of those years. Because more resources have been assigned net qualifying capacity values since the development of the 2026 SACWIS report, the actual total for net qualifying capacity for 2025 has actually increased to over 4,800 megawatts, which surpasses the total for 2024.
The majority of new resource additions over the past few years have been storage resources along with solar and hybrid resources. Many of these contracts are in place to meet the California Public Utility Commission's integrated resources planning clean energy procurement requirements by 2032. Notably, most of this new capacity is renewable or zero carbon. I wanted to add just a couple of additional notes to help support understanding of the slide. So 30 new clean energy projects have come online so far in 2026 alone as of June 1st, totaling roughly 5 gigawatts of new nameplate capacity and over 1,600 megawatts of net qualifying capacity. And this was used for compliance with the California Public Utility Commission's procurement orders. And so based on this and the significant increase in new capacity in 2026, we were really able to support this recommendation of no further increases. So with that, I'm happy to turn the slides over to Director Gutierrez from the California Energy Commission.
Thank you, Luong. Next slide, please. So I am going to present on this slide, which is presenting an overview of the remaining plant's operation for last summer. So the CAISO may access the once-through cooling plant, power plant units in the CAISO balancing area as part of the state's Strategic Reliability Reserve to help manage grid reliability during extreme events. The CAISO only dispatches OTC units when extreme or emergency conditions are forecasted. And last summer was relatively mild, and the CAISO did not dispatch the OTC units for reliability needs. Also, over the last 2 years, the OTC units' capacity factors have significantly decreased, demonstrating how sparingly they were used. Next slide. As required by Senate Bill 846, Assembly Bill 1020, and Assembly Bill 1373, the CEC, in coordination with other energy agencies, publishes a quarterly reliability planning assessment. The report includes a recap of the previous summer's grid performance, updates to demand and supply forecasts, the status of new resource development, and reliability projections for the upcoming summer, 5-year outlook, and 10-year outlook. It also includes a resource stack analysis that compares forecasted summer electricity supply with projected demand, including known loads to assess system reliability. The report is available on the CEC's website under docket 21-ESR-01. Next slide. So in conclusion, California has made meaningful progress in building cleaner energy resources, but the grid still faces risks, including delays in new power development and extreme weather events like heat waves and wildfires. SACWIS will continue to monitor procurement activity, new energy development, and overall grid reliability. Based on the findings of the report, SACWIS does not recommend any changes to the current once-through cooling compliance schedule. And before I conclude, I'd like to take a moment to thank our fellow SACWIS members and our agency staff who've supported the SACWIS over the past several years. That includes from CEC, Alan Lee, Sang Sepan, from CAISO, Alex Kilduff and Christy Sanada, who is now with the CEC, from PUC, Christina Policchio, from State Water Resources or State Water Board, Kat Fike, Christine Manhart, and Jonathan Nolan, California Coastal Commission, Heather McNair, State Lands Commission, Christine Day, and from CARB, Len Ma and Stephanie Cato. And thank you to the Water Board for your consideration of SACWIS recommendations and the community members that have engaged with the agencies over the years.
You're here. We really appreciate that. Thanks, Ms. Gutierrez. I join you in thanking everyone. When I think of the type of work that we need to be doing more of, it is this interagency work across our agencies and authorities, and really appreciative when the once-through cooling policy was adopted, that the SACWIS was created to ensure that we had a convening in a forum so as to be able to ensure that as we pursued an important policy goal here at the Water Board when it comes to impact of the once-through cooling facilities, that we were doing so in tandem with our sister agencies. And certainly one of the strongest examples of the nexus between the energy water sectors, and I think can serve as a foundation for what I know are a lot of discussions we need to continue to have and ensure that we get the best of our authorities and our work by coordinating together. So just thanks to, I know, all the work that's gone in. And thank you for the recommendation for not needing an extension at this point. You know, the extensions that we have granted were difficult, but certainly necessary, again, to ensure that there was grid reliability and we could pursue our policy outcomes here in a way that didn't harm ultimately communities and their access to power. And we are at this moment with not needing a new extension because of the work of your agencies. The focus and the incredible investments that we've seen in storage particularly have been just rewarding to see and be a small part of here when it comes to our considerations. So thank you. Really appreciate the work that's gone in. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, if there's any comment for our SACWIS committee members, Board Member Blumenfeld.
Just add my thanks. I remember how heartbreaking it was to have to make those decisions back in the day. Just looking at the Cal ISO study or projections, it's amazing how battery storage is saving us. So thanks to all those who are helping make that happen. I think 10 years ago, no one would have predicted that battery storage was the answer to many of these problems. But again, thanks for all the collaboration and thoughtfulness.
You're here. Appreciate that, board member. Yeah, the innovation that's just continued to blossom here in the state is just, again, a testament to our abilities as state agencies to help guide good policy, but importantly, all Californians really pulling together and having a common vision for how we can continue to ensure reliability amongst all the pressures that we see with climate extremes. So thank you, thank you. All right, I know we do have, Ms.
I
Manhart,
was going
please.
to ask if we can take more questions from the board at this point on the SACWIS presentation, or we can wait until LADWP concludes their conversation or their presentation and take questions at that point.
Yeah, I was just going to make sure there wasn't anything folks wanted to bring up, but can pivot now to the LADWP presentation. Thank you, Ms. Manhart.
We're going to do a slight shuffle here.
Yeah, we'll do a quick shuffle. Morning, good to see you all.
Good morning. We're happy to be here. Good morning, board members and chair. We are here to present today on our informational item number 4 for the SACWIS report. Very happy to be here. My name is Catherine Rubin, Director of Corporate Environmental Affairs, and to my right is
Oh, apologies. I think the mic might be off.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Once again, my name is Nermina Rucic O'Neill. I'm Director of Generation Engineering and Capital Projects. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Arash Seti, Director for Power System Planning and Innovation.
Robert Kerrigan, Manager of Grid Operations.
Great. And with that, we will start our presentation. Nermina will take it first, and then the rest of us will sort of pipe in as it goes along. All right. So Nermina, next slide.
So next slide, if you don't mind, I will start with the power system overview. Los Angeles Department of Water and Power is one of the largest municipal utilities in the United States. It serves the power and water to over 4 million residents of Los Angeles City. And specifically, Power Systems serves over 1.6 million electric customers that consist of industrial, commercial, and residential customers. And we are an independent balancing authority. We are also vertically integrated utility that owns and operates its generation, transmission, and distribution system. We actually own and operate over 20% of California's transmission. Being independent balancing authority, that means we are responsible for managing supply and demand of the power, but also managing the grid stability in a region, the frequency, the voltage control, and so forth. As a part of our portfolio, we have a very diverse generation system that we're happy to report right now amounts to close to 2/3, 66% of carbon-free generation. And we're on a way, well on a way to meet our LA 100 plan of being carbon-free by 2035. Part of that portfolio is also coastal generation. As you know, we have 3 coastal generating stations, Haynes, Harbor, and Scattergood, which are very critical for reliability of our system. If we move to next slide, I will talk about their location. They are coastal stations. And like I said, very important for the reliability. Our power system kind of grew out of these stations built in the early 40s and 50s. And our transmission system has developed around them throughout the urban city. Our imports are coming primarily through the Northern Corridor. And that is what is unique about our system. These coastal stations are in a cul-de-sac, so there's no transmission coming from west, south. And like I said, most of the transmission coming through northern corridors, that's through wildlands and very susceptible to wildfires. We had a situation in 2019 where 3 of these corridors were decommissioned because of the wildfire, and also in 2025, January wildfires, they were shut down. So these coastal plants became very critical to support LA in those emergencies. And they need to stay there for reliability during the transition to a renewable system and beyond that, because we did the study internally as well as with LA 100 NREL, that this dispatchability and in-basin stations are very critical. And they're critical to provide, like I said, needed capacity. For example, Scattergood has local transmission limitations, so 12 days out of year, the demand is greater than what the transmission can deliver. And also Harbor is very critical because Port of LA is now electrifying and adding almost 350 megawatts by 2028. These stations are also rotating mass, so they provide that needed inertia, frequency, and voltage control for entire system stability. I'll pass to Robert Kerrigan, who's going to talk a little more about reliability elements.
All right, next slide, please. All right, so we have the 2025 Grid Reliability Report that came out, and kind of the quick version of it is that it showed that the OTC units, Harbor, Haynes, Scattergood, are required for overall grid reliability. And when we've looked at any sort of long-term transmission planning, those units play a role. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see the practical application of this. We've had a number of outages. When we refer to this is a planned outage where we take a circuit out to upgrade it or perform repairs, upgrade the conductor. And a lot of those upgrades are required in order to facilitate the import of renewables from into the northern end of the system. And in order to perform these outages, in order to do these upgrades, the units, Haynes, Scattergood, and Harbor have played an integral role. The tables you see on the right-hand side show that they inject what we call RMR, reliability must run generation, in order to support these various outages. And so they are, even as gas-fired units, they are playing a role in the successful integration of renewables into our system. We can go to the next slide. During the fires in 2025, we had some circuits that were taken out as a result. Again, we saw these units come into play in order to maintain the reliability of the system and help keep the lights on through those events. They were key. And also some other outages we've done in some other areas up in Victorville. they've again injected reliability into the system. And again, it's providing what we call that reliability must run generation. So the bottom line is right now, our OTC units are still required in order to provide grid reliability and maintain us within the parameters of NERC requirements. All right, pass it off to Catherine.
Next slide, please. All right. When we had asked for our extension for the scattergood generating station, we were asked to, we received that 13383 letter that required us to do the following by those dates that are up there, and we did submit all the information that was required. And then by November 15th, we had to submit the letter to the executive director and annually thereafter demonstrating our progress towards compliance, which is what we are doing. And then the other was to attend and present at SACWIS and here at the board hearing every year, which we are doing. Next slide. As part of that requirement, we were also to define milestones so we could watch and monitor our progress towards our 2029 date. And in that, we found that in pre-construction, those milestones included like the planning and development, the ED4 ordinance, our board approval, our CEQA process, all of our permitting, and then, of course, our RFP process, our notice to proceed, and then our design and equipment procurement. The next milestone is called construction, which would be the site prep, our environmental training, and our construction, and then going into post-construction, which would cut over into actually commissioning and operating and putting the units online. And with that, I'm going to now send it over to Nermina to talk about our schedule with those
slide.
milestones in mind.
Next slide, please. So what we have in front of you here is our 6 units: Scattergood Unit 1 and 2, Haynes Unit 8, Haynes Unit 1 and 2, and Harbor Unit 5 that are OTC units. And fiscal years progress and states, like Catherine described, pre-construction, construction, and post-construction, indicating that our plan is to meet our OTC deadline of December 31st, 2029. Starting with the Scattergood, as I mentioned earlier, units 1 and 2 are 1950s older boiler vintage units, thermal boiler units. And objective of the project is to retain the capacity as well as voltage control of these that they provide once they are retired, with the new 1+1 combined cycle units that are capable of utilizing hydrogen. And the project right now, where are we with the process? In terms of the request for proposal, we have issued EPC, which stands for Engineer, Procure, Construct contract, in November of 2024. And we had it advertised all throughout 2025 till January 26. We have not gotten any viable bids, and the reason is because market has substantially changed for this type of technology in 2025. The post-pandemic supply chains have been extremely impacted. We did have inflation, then we have tariffs, but then we have a really different approach of the new administration to energy dominance, and of course AI proliferation and revolution with the data centers build-outs are around the world. There's only 3 OEMs or suppliers of generators and turbines, which are the pieces of this project. And in addition to that, with all these uncertainties in the market, the bidders, the contractors didn't feel comfortable to move forward with the EPC contract, which would provide dedication to pricing and schedule when the market is very uncertain. So the signals that we have gotten from other projects, market, suppliers, as well as the contractors, is that the most viable approach to keep going with the project is to modify from EPC to PDB contract. PDB stands for Progressive Design Build, which means that once they bid on the project and they have gotten contract, they will move with the 30% design. At that point, they will provide the preliminary schedule. It's going to be based mainly on critical and major equipment's deliverable dates. And at that point, once they finish 60% design, we would move to phase 2 to complete design and start the construction of the project. So right now, where we are with the Scattergood, we have pivoted, like I said, in a Q1 of 2026 to PDB type of a contract. We have already advertised on July 2nd. We have put it in an advertisement. As a matter of fact, today, our team is meeting with 7 bidders who are interested in a project, and tomorrow we're going to be conducting site visit at the Scattergood Unit 1 and 2 site. In terms of Haynes Unit 8 and...
Sorry, I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because you had the timeline, then you have these milestones. It looks like you're completely on track, but the oral presentation you just gave on Scattergood looks like you're not on track at all, which isn't demonstrated on this timeline. I guess the question is, it doesn't look like you get to construction by 2028, 2029, whatever form of contracting you have, if you haven't even got the contract in 2026.
In 2026, like I said, we are right now advertising. We are closing the advertisement in September 30th.
Right. I don't need sorry, I wasn't asking for the details. What I'm asking for is, are you optimistic that given where you currently are on Scattergood, that you will get to where you need to be in 2029?
This is probably one of the most challenging projects of the other two.
To understand, so
yes.
we're not
Yes.
surprised later. I'm just trying to understand where you think we are, rather than just iterating where we are on specific contracts. It would be helpful to just understand. On Scattergood, we're very unlikely to get there. On Hayes, we hope to get there. It'd be helpful at a higher level to understand.
Sure.
Thank you.
We are still hoping to meet the deadline for Scattergood project, although it's going to be very challenging. Like I said, the critical part will be the suppliers of generators and turbines, HRSGs and transformers. And as soon as we get the bid awarded, 1 month, 30 to 40 days after that, we will receive preliminary schedule, which we will then know what is the ultimate completion date for the project at that stage. At this point, we do not have completion deadline yet until that schedule is ready, because it's going to be driven by a critical part of delivery of these components.
I guess since our job is to make sure that we're helping you comply with the law, that we just want to make sure we understand. It sounds like the odds are that this won't happen in time. What I'm hearing is a lot of good faith on your part of trying to make it happen, but what we're trying to do is, in this hearing, understand where the board needs to be as it relates to extensions. And I guess we've heard where we are on Scattergood. We can keep going.
Yes, DWP is doing everything we can to stay on a track, like I said. But again, once we receive the schedule, we will inform the board as to completion of the project. In terms of the Haynes Unit 8 and Harbor Unit 5, those are steam units that are part of the 2+1 combined cycle, where the steam out of these units is condensed, utilizing ocean water, cooled and recirculated back into the system. To mitigate the OTC issue, we will be replacing the cooling system with a recycled water cooling system. So there is not going to be replacement of any generators or turbines. It's a simply heat exchanging project. A new cooling system, like I said, is going to depend on recycled water from nearby recycling plants. And where are we with the Haynes Unit 8? we have already pivoted to PDB type of a contract for this project. We have gotten several bidders. We are right now in negotiation for the contract and hope to issue a contract, actually bring it to LADWP's board sometimes in January of 2027 for approval. Harbor.
Can I ask similarly on that project then, sometime after that contract is awarded, will there be basically a true up on the schedule for Haynes 8 and similarly, a report back ultimately on what the time schedule is looking like for it?
All of these PDB contractors will provide, after completing 30% design, a preliminary schedule that's going to outline the project stages and critical path. However, we have done enough research that components that this system is consisting of, which is a cooling tower, piping, there is several transformers because we need to upgrade our switchyard, will be delivered prior to our outage that's scheduled right now in November of 2029, which means that in November, December, we are getting rid of the OTC pipeline and putting in the new system for commissioning sometimes by end of May of 2030.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, similar update on a harbor, except that we are right now finalizing PDB specifications for this project and hope to advertise it in October of 2026 of this year. And finally, last two units is a Haynes Unit 1 and 2. They're very similar to Scattergood Units 1 and 2. They're older boiler type of units. Our planning team is still in evaluating option. It's still in a planning phase, determining what is the recommendation to move forward to replace this capacity. We have evaluated similarly to Unit 8 and 5, replacing the cooling system, which these units are not feasible to move with that option. Second option was modernization similarly to the Scattergood. And third option we're looking is operating the units 9 and 10, which is the gas units that accompany Unit 8. And in addition to that, there are several other options that planning system is looking at. And we hope that they will conclude it by end of this year and provide us capital project and memo to move forward with the project.
Can I ask what's limiting those options? Is it mainly a space issue?
There's a lot of different issues. Each of these stations have their own characteristics, vintage, when they were built, type of technologies that they utilize, space, how they're connected to our transmission system. So we need to evaluate them uniquely for each of these units.
Appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, next slide. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little progress status from the environmental angle of it. For Scattergood Units 1 and 2, our EIR was approved at our board on October 28th, 2025. Our air permits have gone through the whole process. We're just waiting now for the RFP and the OEM, so we know which OEM it will be, and then the permit will be issued, but the air permit will be issued, but it's just pending there, and it's gone through all the reviews that it needs to go through. Our water permitting, we're in the process of coordinating with LA SAN on the use of recycled water, and that's in process. And the request proposal, like Nermina just said, was advertised on July 2nd for the actual construction. For Haynes Unit 8, we did complete our ISM&D back in February 8th of 2022. We already completed the air permitting, so we're very far along in this process. We've been working with the City of Long Beach on constructing our recycled water pipelines. We're pretty far along with that too. We expect to be done, and we expect this unit to be to meet the 2029 date. For Haynes Units 1 and 2, as Nermina mentioned, we're still in the feasibility and options are being evaluated on these units and how to move forward. For our Harbor Unit 1, Unit 5, we did, right after SACWIS, We were able to get the M&D for Harbor Unit 5 approved by our board on March 24th, 2026. I think our SACWIS meeting was on March 20th. So it was like 4 days later, and we were able to get that done. We're evaluating our sanitary discharge options with LA San. And the RFP for the project itself is advertisement, as Nermina just spoke about, as anticipated to go out in October of 2026. So we feel fairly confident about Harbor Unit 5 too, meeting 2029. Next slide. All right, just to recap, I think you probably know this already. In order to extend our compliance date for Scattergood from 24 to 29, we went into an agreement with the Coastal Conservancy for $15 million. We've been paying $3 million per year until we're in compliance. And we, of course, would do something similar if we had to extend further to continue that. Next slide. Okay, questions?
Appreciation for the presentation, and ultimately, those are tight timelines. We know that there are challenges oftentimes in procurement, let alone increasing costs. And so, I think I'm certainly interested in ensuring and understanding at what point you might be seeing clear signal that you'll be needing an extension and starting that work then sooner than not. But ultimately would like to not have an extension here before us. And so, the urgency at which LADWP continues to pursue these projects is really important. I know it is an urgent matter for you all too, given that the longer you take on these projects, the more costly they inevitably become because of inflation pressures, because of issues with the supply chain. So, but hearing, so I guess just kind of wondering, it sounds ultimately that, Scattergood is probably going to be your most challenging plant when it comes to meeting the current timelines, but would be helpful relatively soon. And here I'm thinking within, the next 6 months or so, because we're already, 2 years into this 5-year extension, what your timelines are ultimately looking like as you come back with your contractors and get to your 30%, design kind of level that you've indicated will be when you will have an updated timeline. So I think it'll be helpful for sure. Looking to fellow board colleagues for additional comment. Board Member Blumenfeld and then Vice Chair.
I'm just looking back at the history of this. So on Haynes and Harbor, they got the extension to December 31, 2029 in 2011.
I'm sorry.
They got the extension, so the original timelines that were extended out on OTC. For Scattergood, that happened in 2023, August 15th. So you've had 3 years between now and then to get to where we aren't. And on the others, we actually had, that day was July 19th, 2011, that the date of 2029 was set. So we're talking about all these extraordinary things that have happened, all the different timing issues and the presidential elections, but actually we've had a huge, since 2011's significant amount of time to get Haynes and Harbor to where we need to. Scattergood, if you put that to the side. So to me, it's like the chair has been pretty clear, like we're not looking, I think, as a board to grant extensions. And so the lateness of this presentation in terms of where we are against those milestones, I'm finding a little scary because it puts everyone in a really difficult position. So I guess we didn't hear, like, there was no change in technology. Was still going with hydrogen. We didn't hear anything about the rest of in the first presentation that we got. Obviously, the system is much larger, but we didn't hear about this is how storage could have helped. This is how solar and the rest of the operating system is helping. It's like these are very, I get, technically constrained RMR sites. That being said, coming here and just saying all these milestones don't look like they're going to be met is worrying, because it basically puts it on a collision course for this board to be in a position which obviously we wouldn't want to be, where you don't get to operate OTC in some pretty critical sites, or we grant an exception. So
A lot happened.
I know a lot happened.
Between 2011 and now. We had a very good set out schedule and to maintain reliability and resiliency with our system. And we met every single date until February of 2019. Our mayor at the time said, no more repowers. We had to change our course. That was a big deal. We went into our LA 100 plan, because otherwise we would have met every single day. We would have been done by this point in time, had we not had to change everything midstream. And so, starting then, and we've been very diligent in trying to get ourselves on course. And yet we did not foresee the things that are happening today. Absolutely not. So, that's why we're here. That's why we're in this position that we're in right now.
And if I may add to that, since 2011, we have retired Haynes Unit 5 and 6, Scattergood Unit 3, and they have been replaced with projects. Like Catherine says, in 2017, we did have a RFP advertised for Scattergood project at that time. Our mayor, Garcetti, and local government asked us to stop and look at, like I mentioned, if there is any other alternative to these projects, which are obviously turbine combustion projects. We have hired Department of Energy's NREL to do extensive studies. It lasted 2 years. Entire study of our grid to also incorporate all the latest technologies, would solar, energy storage, anything else be together or in a combination or individually compatible with these projects. That study by NREL concluded that we still need this dispatchable generation, and that only alternative at Scattergood is utilizing turbine combustion, and to make it carbon-free, to utilize renewable fuels such as the hydrogen. In 2000, when we completed that study, we went to our Board of Commissioners to then allow us to move forward again with the EPC contract to implement that project, which was approved, but City Council had added one more condition, which is to, in 2023, again, take a look. Has there been, because technologies are developing very fast, is there again some other alternatives to this project before we commit the funds and move forward with this installation of a combined cycle? We again hired Department of Energy and their scientists to take a look. They studied, could fuel cell, could solar, could energy storage, or combination of them with local solar, demand response, and DER be an alternative. And study was conclusive that, again, there is no solution that can provide dispatchability and reliability that the system at that location need at this time. After conclusion of that study in 2025, we have moved forward with the EIR, which was approved in October of 2025. Catherine was responsible for completing it. And like I mentioned, we already had RFP on the street that advertised throughout the 2025. We have not gotten any bids. And that's why we now pivoted to something that could move this project forward so that we can ensure we get off the OTC and at the same time ensure reliability of our power system.
Yeah, I just want to mention that everything that was in the control of LADWP, we implemented. We did everything we could. For Scattergood Units 1 and 2, Nermina was talking about that, the NREL report that they did, and they did it again. They did it like 2 times. We extended our EIR process for comments from 45 days to 159 days, just so everybody could be evaluating and having a good look at all the alternatives. So we were really trying to do the right thing and get everything done on time.
And just to add the integration of energy storage and solar, like I mentioned, and maybe Raj can talk about it a little bit more, we are aggressively incorporating renewables such as solar, wind, geothermal, short-term energy storage, which are part of our portfolio.
Just to add, we've signed over just under a gigawatt of new solar projects this year alone. So those are take-or-pay contracts, which essentially means that we have to take that energy, and we will take that energy when those transmission lines are available. When they're not, in the case of what we had in January 2025, where we had approximately 9 forced outages, we had to rely on those coastal units. That's what kept lights on from the Getty Museum all the way down to LAX. And that would have been tremendously catastrophic, $1 billion of losses per day if that had occurred. So thanks to those units, that's what's kept the lights on in Los Angeles. So they are critical, but just to be very clear, our intention is to get these units replaced, get them off OTC, and that is the directive we have. And if anything deviates from that, we will be back before this board to update them.
Appreciate that, and thank you, board member, for the questions, and really do appreciate the response. Before I go to the vice chair, I did want to just have a quick note on schedule and timing here. I know we have folks hanging on for subsequent items. We have about 9 commenters for the SACWIS item here, so we will take a lunch after this item, and then we'll return back and start on item number 5. So just want to make sure folks know that for timing purposes here. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for the update. And my questions are more big picture, and that is, in the event that and I concur, we don't want to have you come back and ask for an extension, but in the event that that might happen, what is the time frame as it relates to the next report that we get, and what sort of input would we be able to receive from SACWIS? Because I think that the system that we have where we hear from SACWIS has been very useful. And so for us up here to be making decisions one way or the other, I think we're really going to have to rely from the advisory committee and the expertise. So just want to get a better sense of what a time frame would look like, and if there would be, it would be in the next cycle that we'd be hearing back, or there might be a pivot point between now and the next cycle.
So I can speak to some of the schedule, at least on our side, with the once-through cooling policy and the 13383 order that we issued to LADWP. So LADWP will be providing their annual update on their progress towards achieving milestones on November 15th. They also provide an annual grid reliability report each year in January. So those are 2 dates in which we'll receive information from LADWP. The OTC policy only requires the SACWIS to convene annually through 2026. So moving forward, it would be on an as-needed basis, but this would be a reason to request the SACWIS to reconvene to consider any potential compliance date extension request for LADWP. And we could do so at any point was needed. You wouldn't have to wait until March.
Yep, that sounds good. Thank you for that. But how quickly can you move? How much advance time do you need in order to pull the committee together and do a thoughtful review of any requests that might be coming in? Again, we don't want to see the request, but in the event that it does, I just want to get a sense of how quickly you'd be able to review, respond, and provide information to us.
That's a great question. I think I would say probably about 4 months would provide enough time to plan a meeting and to review information provided by LADWP in a meaningful way. And the most aggressive schedule that we could follow for an amendment to the OTC policy is about 18 months, I believe. It's another factor to consider for this.
Good questions. Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to see if there's any other comments from board members. Yeah. Yeah, 24 months. Yeah. And we're okay, well, not seeing any further questions from the dais. Again, do appreciate this conversation. I know we'll be having a lot further here soon, so much appreciation. We do have about 9 commenters. We can start to get to them. First, would like to hear from Odette Moran, be followed by Melanie Pineda, and then Fatima Agredano.
Hi, good morning, Water Board, staff, and SACWIS. My name is Odette. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm a youth and young adult community organizer with Cause based out of our Oxnard area. And today you will hear from some of our young leaders from Oxnard who have traveled all of this way to be here 3 years later. And 3 years ago, we were in a very different place where there was a recommendation to extend our Ormond Beach Generating Station, one of the OTCs. Today, we are here where that is not the recommendation, and want to thank SACWIS for all of the work and the state agencies who have historically brought online so much clean resources that have made this a possibility, and hope that this will continue to be the case for our community as well as hopefully for communities in the LA area that are like ours, and to continue with this compliance schedule that is set before the board today. Our young folks have been working towards cleaner and more cost-effective solutions like DERs, Flex Alerts, and programs like DSGS. And since the Ormond Beach Generating Station sits in Ormond Beach, we have been also working towards the care and connection towards the Ormond Beach wetlands. We know that today's item is informational and no decision will be made, but this is a huge milestone for our community and hope it will also be, as mentioned, for our LA area EJ communities too. Ormond Beach is a peaker emergency power plant, as you know, that costs the state approximately $13 million a month, adding to $150 million every single year. This was only turned on 3 times in 2024, 0 times in 2025, 0 times so far in 2026. That's approximately $450 million in the past 3 years to be turned on for a total of 3 times. We here in Oxnard really eagerly waits to see California invest in programs like DSGS instead of fossil fuels like OTC plants that harm coastal habitats and communities. It saddens me that earlier today we were sitting here and heard a lot of comments from a community who doesn't have access to potable water and not funding to even test their water supply. State funding should go to people's health as a priority, not to fill the pockets of fossil fuel industry, just in the case it is maybe needed when there are clear alternatives out there that are more cost effective for the state. Oxnard is watching you. The city of Port Hueneme is watching you. The cities in the LA area are watching you, and really hope that California continues to do what is best for our health and pocket, or at least in this trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moran, for your advocacy here and for importantly engaging youth in these discussions. These are so critical, I know, to our collective futures, but especially those that will be inheriting all of this work. So much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Melanie Pineda, be followed by Fatima Agredano, and then Orsalio Urbano.
Hello, my name is Melanie Pineda, and I am youth leader with Cause as well as a high schooler in Oxnard, and I am here representing my community today. I am asking the water board to please decommission the Ormond Beach generating system. Instead of capitalizing on our community, we should be protecting it first. Oxnard is filled with many industries that don't benefit us, one being the Ormond Beach generating station. It is being paid $150 million per year to sit idle when it has contributed little to no actual energy in recent years. There's been a dozen times where I ran through the many industries having trouble breathing as well as stepping and smelling the landfill around us. Don't invest in a useless, dangerous, and expensive generating station, but in our community. We should have a say on what the money goes towards instead of having to wonder if our health is going to be at risk again. We encourage you to please take the recommendation from SACWIS, the plan to retire the plant. You have the power and responsibility, so please, our climate and community can't wait any longer. We must stop depending on outdated energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pineda. Really appreciate your advocacy here and helping keep us all collectively accountable. Next, I'd like to call up Fatima Argadano, be followed by Eracilo Urbano, and then Jocelyn Gomez.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Fatima Gradano, and I'm a resident and community member of Oxnard. I have lived there my whole life, and my group and I have traveled 400 miles to give public comment here today. I'm technically supposed to be in college right now. My work with Cause started 2 years ago. I didn't know what a power plant was, or Jenna, or any of the toxic industries in my area. That are affecting our community every day and so many others. Information about these issues, it's hard to find and understand for general public. And it takes a lot of time to put it into accessible ways to understand. A lot of the people in Oxnard don't speak English, which is one of the hardest barriers, which I really appreciate when people provide translation services. So people like me can understand, but I digress. I started by going to community events, meetings, which turned to city council and state land commission meetings. I spent time talking with my community by going door to door, swap meets, and laundromats to inform and survey our people. This took hours of time and research. I wanted to get to the root. Why has something so terrible been able to harm our community for so long? At one point, my search stopped being about our community, but of all the California and all the communities whose stories has the same tune. We are paying GenOn $150 million every year. Why? There are so many options not to look into and invest. Our coast and land can be free and clean. Earlier during public comment, I heard a lack of resources and funding for our community who need clean water. If our state's funding prioritized people, we would not be giving millions of dollars to fossil fuels, and we wouldn't have a lack, but a surplus. Even if GenOn only turns on when needed, why rely on something that hurts the planet? Why keep investing in fossil fuels when we have clean alternatives? Companies like GenOn shouldn't have all the power or be the only alternative to power. They keep hurting my community, and not only health-wise, but financially and mentally. We deserve access to green space and public land, and it's so important. We have seen how things like flex alerts work better during heat waves than power plants. This power plant needs to be decommissioned. Also, I want to give a quick thank you for recommending timely decommissioning compliance with LTS to SACWIS. And anyway, I want to end this with a quote: "Be the change you want to see in the world." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agredano. Really appreciate you traveling up this way and providing your voice here and being part of that change here amongst us. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Eracilo Urbano, be followed by Jocelyn Gomez, and then Eduardo Ortiz.
Hi, my name is Heraclio Urbano. I'm a resident in Oxnard, and I'm a youth leader with Cause. And I'm here to ask the Water Board to commit in the decommissioning of OBGS. Because we, the community of Oxnard, have been fighting to shut down OBGS. Us, the community, have canvassed neighbors, gone to community events to gather support to shut down OBGS. We have done we have spoken up in city council meetings, also state like right now. We also done petition, but OBGS still is on and gets paid $150 million of taxpayer dollars. And it has been proven that OBGS isn't reliable when needed. So we should shut down OBGS. Also, I want to add one more thing. We should allocate the 150 million taxpayer dollars to other programs such as FlexLits, like Fatima mentioned, and DGSG, because they have been proven to help out more than OBGS when needed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Urbano. Really appreciate your advocacy here and also, again, traveling a long way. Thanks for your leadership at the local level. It means a lot. Next, I'd like to call up Jocelyn Gomez, be followed by Eduardo Ortiz, then Jocelyn Lucas.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Gomez. I'm a student at UCLA, and I've been a leader with cause for several years now. I'm here to ask from the board to really consider the SACWIS recommendation and commit to the timely decommissioning of the OBGS. 3 years ago, I started a campaign to shut down this plant, which had already received one extension at that point. Our community worked hard to make our voices heard, and within 2 weeks, we gathered 1,500 signatures in favor of shutting this plant down. And even with all of these signatures, even with all of this support in favor of shutting it down, this plant was still extended for another 3 years. And we kept hearing from every single agency their apologies. They kept saying, "We're sorry." It's really disappointing when all we get is apologies. This was a highly expensive mistake. The OBGS is being paid over $150 million per year, primarily for its availability, not actual energy production. This translates into a remarkably high cost per unit of usable energy, given that the plant is at near zero use. The time to decommission this plant was 3 years ago. It's past the time we remove this eyesore, this expensive eyesore. I urge you to make the decision that reflects the current SACWIS recommendation, which means shutting down the plant to be in full compliance of OTC by 2026. The resources wasted on the OBGS are better spent if invested in long-term clean energy rather than these Band-Aid solutions of energy support. The funding for this plant could have been used for so much better. And I really don't want to come back in 3 years again and receive another apology from the Water Board or the California Energy Commission or the State Lands Commission, from all of these agencies apologizing because they knew it was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Gomez. Acknowledge the frustration, certainly, and glad we're at a different place and here to not finding ourselves back into needing to extend in the next 3 years as well. I know there's a lot of plans for decommissioning and really creating community asset out of the plant, and so look forward to seeing those things moving forward for the community here. Next, I'd like to call up Eduardo Ortiz, be followed by Jocelyn Lucas, and then Anthony Salcido.
Hello, my name is
Hello.
Eduardo Ortiz. I am a student at Chavez High School and a young leader with cause. I am asking the Water Board to commit to shutting down the Ormond Beach Generating Station on time and without further delays. Extending the life of this plant is too expensive and it is time to shut it down. California should invest in cleaner energy alternatives instead of continuing to spend money on an outdated generating station that relies on fossil fuels, which cost too much for both our health and our pockets. This issue is personal to me because growing up in South Oxnard, near where the generating station stands, I've seen just how distracting the generating station appears, and other concerned residents have been disturbed by the outdated generating station failing to turn on when needed, proving how we need to move on to cleaner, newer ways of getting our energy rather than relying on old generating station that fuels our community. Please make the health of our communities, the ones truly being affected, your top priority by ending reliance on fossil fuels and helping move California towards cleaner alternatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you incredibly, Mr. Ortiz. Thanks for contributing to today's discussion and for your ongoing work at the local level. Next, I'd like to call Jocelyn Lucas, and then I believe our last commenter will be Jocelyn Corona. And Ms. Lucas, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and or share your camera, and not seen protect. Oh, there you are. Good to see you.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Lucas. I am a resident of Oxnard and a young leader with cause. I am asking the Water Board to commit to the timely decommissioning of the Ormond Beach Generating Station. OBGS is too expensive for our communities. Hello,
You're coming through. We can hear you, Miss Lucas.
OBGS is too expensive for our communities' health and pockets. The statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures doesn't recommend the extension because it costs millions of dollars to keep it on. The state needs to invest in cleaner alternatives. Please shut it down. But the reason why I care about this issue so much is because I've seen how this aging fossil fuel has burdened families in Oxnard. Oxnard is part of the top 20% most environmentally burdened communities in the state, with a toxic soup that of industries, including OBGS, that has collectively contributed to the respiratory problems children have to endure. Please make the health of our communities, especially the most vulnerable, your top priority by ending our resilience on fossil fuels. We are tired of waiting for accountability. California is depending on you to move us toward a clean and just energy future. The bottom line is that frontline EJ communities have a right to clean air, healthy lungs, clean oceans, and for our tax money to be used responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Lucas. Really appreciate your comments here and contributing to the discussion. Last commenter, I believe, here will be Jocelyn Corona. And Ms. Corona, we don't see you individually on the platform, but she may be in the room with the other COTS members. So we'll give her a moment to pop on. Okay. I think that wraps up our commenters then. And just again, a lot of appreciation for cause and for the local leaders here for being with us, for traveling up. I know I'm very glad we're at a different place than we were a few years ago. It was a very difficult decision, I know, for this board, and difficult for me as well, only because actually when I was a transfer student to UC Santa Barbara, lived over in Ventura and knew Oxnard to be an incredible community, would go actually by the generating station and hike in those dunes around, and just the personal connection made, I know, the decision even more difficult. So not to repeat the apologies there, but to look forward here, certainly to ensuring that the community is protected, and just really appreciate the advocacy and continue to work with us, continue to meet with the board, even after that difficult moment, to ensure that we could continue to support you all. So just thanks for being here. Thanks for continuing to elevate your voice, being an important part of the leadership here at the local level that lets us better do our jobs as we make our decisions. So thank you for elevating those voices. This is just an informational item, so nothing to vote on, but looking to see if there's anything further that the board would like to reflect on before we close out this discussion. And then seeing none, much appreciation again to the SACWIS, to, again, community members, to folks that have been working on this for years now. Really appreciate the moment that we're at. Look forward to further update, and certainly appreciate LADWP in our discussion here as well as a subset of the once-through cooling discussion. I know, look forward to getting more clarity on timelines here soon and understanding what work we have before us, because the time is limited and it does take a significant amount of effort in order to contemplate, process, and decide on potential further extensions. So hopefully not needed, but we'll look for further discussion soon. So thank you. All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch here. We'll give ourselves a 50-ish minute lunch, then come back at 1 p.m. When we come back, we will pick up in our agenda here with item number 5, which is consideration of funding for the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. Thank you all for the great morning. Appreciate the patience, and we will see you all at 1 p.m. We're in recess until then. Thank you. All right, everyone. We're at 1:02. Hope everyone had a great lunch. Thanks for joining us back. We are on item number 5 in our agenda. We are now going to be hearing an item from the Division of Financial Assistance regarding the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and funding for the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. Really appreciate this item. Looking forward to the discussion, and we'll hand it over to folks on the panel.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Adriana Renteria. I'm the director for the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. And our office has been working closely with the Division of Financial Assistance on this project. And to begin this item, we just wanted to take a brief moment to express gratitude and appreciation for the leadership of Tribal Chairman Lincoln of the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation for all of his leadership in bringing this project to life. We also want to give thanks and appreciation to Quartz Valley tribal staff and tribal members, as well as the Trust for Public Land for all of their partnership on this project. This project is not commonly a typical water boards project, and so we really appreciate everybody's patience and collaboration as we learn through this experience together. If funding for this project is approved, this project would be the largest land back deal in the country to occur in a single transaction. So this is a really historic opportunity, and we are confident that returning this ancestral land back under tribal stewardship will bring improved water quality and ecosystem protections for the benefit of people, species, and the environment. We've really enjoyed working on this project, and we're really looking forward to continued partnership with the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation as this project continues. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to my colleagues with the Division of Financial Assistance to walk through the project.
Thank you so much, Ms. Renteria. Ms. Hong.
Thank you, Adriana, for the fantastic opening. So there are a few of us here with the Division of Financial Assistance. My name is Lisa Hong. I am one of the section managers in Division of Financial Assistance. And to my right, we have Melky Calderon, who is our senior engineer over the Clean Water State Revolving Fund unit. And to his right, we have our wonderful attorney, Matt Wilson. And a huge thanks to Adriana and her team for the collaboration and facilitation throughout this project as well. I'll pass it over to Melky for the presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lisa, Chair Esquivel, and members of the board. Is this on? Yes, okay. Today I'll be presenting on a resolution for authorizing funding from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, again, for a land back purchase project, and also some non-point source implementation projects to be included as part of this agreement. This is for Quartz Valley Indian Reservation, and they refer to this project as the Scott River Headwaters Property Land Back Protection Project. The main purpose of this presentation is just to go through the non-routine aspects of the project and how we kind of came to the decision that we did for the recommendations in the resolution. So next slide, please. So before we get to those non-routine aspects, I will go through a quick overview of the Clean Water SRF program. And then the next slide would be on Quartz Valley Indian Reservation and kind of introducing them as the applicant. And then the next slide would be on the project overview and water quality benefits. I will also sort of frame the conversation to also consider a deal that we've done in the past. So the Yurok Tribe project did something similar about 15 years ago. And then I'll get into the non-routine aspects of the project, what our recommendations are, and kind of go through that thought process. So next slide, please. Okay, so very briefly, the Clean Water SRF program is a program that provides low-cost financing for a wide range of water quality improvement projects. So a majority of the projects that we fund in this program are for wastewater infrastructure, and I have a list of different types of projects there that can be funded through the SRF program. I do have listed water recycling, stormwater, and non-point source. So this project is categorized as a non-point source eligibility. And then for the water recycling, stormwater, and non-point source, there are some, grant or other types of funding that are usually available for those project types. And then the SRF is sometimes used as supplemental funding for those types of projects. The way in which we receive money through this program is through what we refer to as a federal capitalization grant. And so we receive money annually from Congress, and the state of California will match that money that we receive up to 20%. And then also a big part of the money that we have in the SRF program is through the revolving nature of this program, right? So we lend out money, we receive it back with interest to lend it out again for these projects. And then I guess maybe a little over 10 years ago, we started to sell bonds. So that's a way in which we leverage the program. And that's another way in which we can fund more projects. And then the last thing here, we fund projects through loans and principal forgiveness. The principal forgiveness is allocated to small disadvantaged communities for wastewater projects. And the technical assistance is kind of part of that as well. But I just wanted to mention the way in which we kind of provide funding to applicants. Next slide, please. Okay, so Quartz Valley Indian Reservation is a federally recognized Native American tribe. They're a fairly small community of 122. By our definition, they are considered to be severely disadvantaged. So that just means for the state of California, we have a median household income of around $100,000. So Quartz Valley is below that 60% mark of being considered severely disadvantaged. So that's kind of how it's defined in our SRF policy. And they are located in Siskiyou County, and they collaborate with the Trust for Public Land for this project and to protect the Scott River headwaters. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, this project is to acquire this land of 40,000 acres. And a part of that is to improve the Scott River watershed. So there's some non-point source projects that are part of this agreement. They're seeking $25 million in funding, either through loan and or principal forgiveness. And they look to close this deal by November 2026. So this is a deadline that is set by the seller of this land. And so this land is made up of 3 parcels, and I'll go into that in the next couple of slides here. Next slide. Okay, so for the SRF eligibility piece, the Scott River watershed is on the 303D list of impaired water bodies. It's impaired by sediment and temperature. And so this project looks to improve that impairment by doing some non-point source implementation projects such as road decommissioning and road improvement, some slope stabilization. And this is just a short list. They have many more that they're planning to do, but we're just including this in our scope. And then to preserve shade providing vegetation. An activity, not necessarily like a physical activity, is they do plan on developing a non-point source management plan. So all of this has been shared with the North Coast Regional Water Board, and they have confirmed that this project does align with their goals. So through the non-point source implementation program, they have confirmed that this helps them achieve their objectives that are listed in that program. So next slide, please. Okay, just to get a sense on where exactly these parcels are located and then where Quartz Valley is, and you can't really see it here. So the top circle there is adjacent to the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. So we're about 70 miles north of Redding, about 60 miles from the coast. And again, there are 3 parcels that are going to be purchased as part of this project. And can you click twice, please? And to kind of get a zoomed in picture. So the blue outline is the Scott River watershed. And then the outlet of this watershed is at the top into the Klamath River there. And so and if you can see in the middle there of the watershed is Quartz Valley in brown. So it's adjacent to the Shackelford parcel. So the 3 parcels that are going to be purchased as part of this deal are Shackelford, Whiskey, and Wildcat. You can see that this land is significantly larger than Quartz Valley, so you can sort of recognize why it's so important to them. And you can also see that a lot of the creeks are kind of forming on these parcels that are shown here, and they're all on obviously feeding into the Scott River. I think that's all I wanted to present on that one. Next slide, please. And then this is just a slide on the land that's being purchased, just to kind of share what that looked like. Instead of just speaking words here, I wanted to kind of share some photos. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, to sort of frame this conversation and kind of zoom out a little bit, we wanted to show an example of what we've done in the past. So in 2011, we did fund a land acquisition project with the Yurok tribe for $18.75 million. It was to acquire 22,000 acres of land. And again, this agreement did include development of a non-point source management plan, some non-point source implementation projects as part of this deal. So it was, I think Quartz Valley kind of created their project to sort of copy what Yurok did in the past. Just like Quartz Valley, Yurok tribe is a small disadvantaged community. The Yurok tribe at that time used carbon credits and timber harvesting as a form of repayment. And the financing terms for that project were a 0% interest rate loan. And then at the time, there was no principal forgiveness that was provided as part of this agreement. Okay, next slide, please. And I guess to give us more perspective and kind of zoom out a little bit more, I wanted to sort of not only look at what we've done in the past with the Yurok tribe, but also sort of show what our policy allows us to do as part of this deal. So as we go and have these conversations with Quartz Valley, we are kind of coming up against with how we can kind of make decisions on what our policy allows. So I wanted to kind of go through that thought process and ultimately get to what we're recommending for this Quartz Valley agreement. So for a non-point source project like this, we say that for a loan, we are going to fund it with a regular interest rate. So that's half of the general obligation bond. That would be at 2.3%. Again, for the Yurok tribe deal, that was 0% interest rate. And so what we're recommending for Quartz Valley is a 0% interest rate that's on par with what we did for the Yurok tribe deal. And then for the principal forgiveness item, our policy says for a project like this, we are currently allocating the principal forgiveness for small disadvantaged communities for wastewater projects. So the Yurok agreement, for whatever reason at that point in time, there was no principal forgiveness for that project. And so we're being consistent with what the policy is instructing us to do, along with what the Yurok tribe agreement did. And so we're kind of recommending the same thing for Quartz Valley. And then the last item here is, it's kind of like two things. So for a regular wastewater project that is secured by sewer rates, we usually require a 1-year reserve fund requirement. So it's basically an emergency fund that we require for the applicant or the recipient to keep, just in case there needs to be like a repayment that if they don't have enough money to pay back the loan, they can use this reserve fund as a chance to kind of get back on the repayment schedule. So for the Yurok tribe agreement, they didn't dedicate a sewer rate, they dedicated carbon credits. So we view that as a little bit more risky of a repayment source. So at that time, we required for a 4-year reserve fund and 2 years of that reserve fund to be built up before the close of escrow. For the Quartz Valley agreement, we wanted to stay consistent with the Yurok tribe deal because that was the one that used carbon credits as the repayment source. So we had conversations with Quartz Valley, and they understood that we needed to have something different from what our policy kind of required us to do. And so we did recommend a 4-year reserve fund. But the difference with this deal is that we would allow for that time to be built up over a time that's going to be established in the financing agreement. So we would negotiate what that would look like. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll go through the next 3 slides, which are like the non-routine aspects. And I may repeat myself a little bit just to get into like a little bit of the details here of these non-routine parts of the project. So what is considered routine and non-controversial usually for a project, for the projects that we fund in the SRF program, are for these wastewater projects that are secured by sewer fees, right? So the residents of these communities are looked at as a reliable and predictable source of repayment. And so that gives us a high financial security. And so for this agreement, they are proposing to dedicate carbon credits as a repayment source. And I guess not to get in too far into what a carbon credit is, we did look at the past carbon sell records and future projections of the carbon credits through an official appraisal report that was done for this land. And our financial staff completed the review and confirmed that they could afford the $25 million loan for this project. Next slide, please. Okay, and so for the financing term, there are two things here, the loan interest rate and then the principal forgiveness part. And so what is considered to be routine, again, we would, for a project like this, we would fund them at 0.5% of the general obligation bond. And then for the principal forgiveness money, again, we're allocating funds to helping small disadvantaged communities for wastewater projects. You guys were, the IUP was brought to you guys a couple of weeks ago where they kind of showed you what the priority was for that principal forgiveness money. And it was for addressing a violation or a septic to sewer project. So currently our demand on that money is around $861 million. And we only have about $268 million to fund those projects. So there's some difficult decisions to be made on their end for how they're kind of sort of funding those projects. And I think that was important to put here just because, you know, if there is any principal forgiveness provided to Quartz Valley, that's kind of the, you know, the trade-off we're making here with these small disadvantaged community projects for these wastewater efforts. Okay, so Quartz Valley requested a 0% interest rate loan, and then half of the loan to be provided as principal forgiveness. And so they were requesting $12.5 million of PF. And so we're recommending $25 million loan at 0% interest rate over a 30-year term. And again, it's not listed here, but there would be no principal forgiveness provided. Next slide. So the reserve fund is kind of goes along with making the assumption that we are going to accept carbon credits as a repayment source. So taking that into account, there needs to be a higher, I guess, like threshold requirement for the reserve fund. And so Quartz Valley did request for a 2-year reserve fund to be built up over 5 years. And so we wanted to acknowledge that, you know, their request for kind of like a lower reserve fund to be built up. And so we're still recommending a 4 years of debt service to be built up, but we are willing to kind of negotiate how much time it's going to take to establish that reserve fund, and we would put that into the financing agreement. Next slide, please. And so in summary, our recommendation is that we approve the financing for this project, allow carbon credits to be used as a repayment source. Along with that, require for a 4-year reserve fund to be built up over time, like I said, that's established in the financing agreement. And then for the financing to be at a 0% interest rate loan. And again, no principal forgiveness provided. Next slide, please. And if approved, we kind of have a tight schedule coming up. So we look to complete our legal negotiations by July 31 of 2026. So that's essentially kind of getting to the point where we negotiate all the agreement terms. And that's in preparation to execute the agreement by the end of August. And then for Quartz Valley to submit requests for reimbursement sort of immediately after, and we have an estimated date there of September 14, 2026. And to make sure that there are no issues with the reimbursement of this, or it's not necessarily a reimbursement, but to make sure that we pay out this project. There is one outstanding item we wanted to list here. So there's this, there's something referred to as an options agreement, or you can kind of think about it as sort of like a purchase agreement for like a real estate transaction. We want to make sure that they are incurring the cost and that there's nothing keeping them from moving forward as part of sort of acquiring this land. So we want to make sure that that's all kind of sufficient for us and settled by the time we get to execution, and so that there's no issues with the payment of these funds. And that's all, again, to make sure that we meet this November 2026 deadline. I think that's the end of this presentation. Are there any questions?
First, a lot of appreciation to you, Mr. Calderon, Ms. Hong, Ms. Renteria, Mr. Wilson, the entire team I know that's been engaging with the tribe, and importantly, a lot of appreciation to Quartz Valley and the leadership for bringing this project here before the board. As you heard, we've had one similar project, at this point, a good deal in the past, or about 15 years ago, with the UROC. And so the opportunity, especially in the current engagement that the state has really focused on with tribes and land back, and importantly, supporting the continued management of lands by tribes, is just really appreciated to be able to be here, to be able to be supportive of this project. There's more I want to get into when it comes to the request around principal forgiveness, but would really like to actually hear from the tribe and hear from Quartz Valley and folks that have come here, and then we can maybe have some discussion around principal forgiveness and continued project. But looking to see if there's any just brief remarks any board members would like to make at the top, and then otherwise would love to hear from Chairman Lincoln. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us here, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'd like to thank these great folks, especially for the hard work they put in alongside our tribe to bring us here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to, I thank the DFA, I thanked you, but I'd also like to thank the staff at Trust for Public Land for walking side by side with us in this project. And they have representatives here today, and I'd just like to personally extend that out to them, the thank you. And I'd like to thank our staff for Quartz Valley that have been working very hard as well. I mean, it's a big process. It's a, how do you say, complex process I think is an easy word to say. I mean, the right word. And it's great that you introduced the 0% interest rate. We're very grateful for it. But to go along with it, the tribe would also like to request the principal forgiveness, as there is a lot of work to be done on these lands, and it'll help the tribe to get this land to where it should be at this point. There has been a lot of fire damage, a lot of forest overgrown in places that haven't burned. Recently, we just been able to go on tours and see the land, so we actually got a full view of what we do. I mean, we kind of knew just by looking out the back door and up the hill, but going up there and seeing it and seeing all the things that we've always dreamed of to do to get this land to where our fish are back, our wildlife are where they need to be, our culture where we've been locked out for many years, so that our cultural people could get up there without restrictions, without having that burden. So we greatly appreciate it. We not only look out for ourselves, but we're looking out for the whole Scott Valley community. As these creeks, they have vital water sources to these communities, and we want to make sure that it's there, it's flowing, it's there for them, it's there for us, so that everybody has the water, the resources from this land. Also, just, I know you guys don't know, but there are sacred cultural sites up there. There's sacred things that our tribal members do in these lands. So, just the access to it will enable them to do what they need to do, without um, troublesome ways, so they could actually do their cultural things that they need to do. Um, as far as the salmon, we're here, we want to steward this land. We want to get the salmon back up to our valley the way it used to be, where you could just see them in the water, and it's just something that our tribe has, wanted to do for a really long time. And I hope you guys approve this so that we can do the things we need to do. Along those lines, I'd like to thank the Hoopa Valley Tribe and the Karuk Tribe for supporting us in this with their letters of support. And even, Karuk Tribe, even talk resources working in line with us. So, Quartz Valley has, we're working on everything that we should be to get this, hopefully after you approve it, we can move forward into things that we've been preparing to do since this inception of this idea. Um, it's just a great thing. It's going to be, jobs for our members, jobs for our community, not just it is for the cultural part, the restoration part, but also in the administration part where, we have to get the monies, we have to be allocated, people have to take care of these things. So it's going to be jobs for a wide variety of people. So Quartz Valley is just thankful for you guys, and hopefully you guys approve this today. And I want to say Yotwa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Really appreciate your leadership and engagement across all of this. And I also echo your thanks to the Trust for Public Lands and their employees.
Yes.
As you said, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the federal requirements that come with it are no small feat. It
Yeah.
does take a lot of work and effort to get all the paperwork in place to allow us to be able to get to this moment. And so just thanks for the patience and for
Yes.
working with us and
No,
for
no.
the commitment.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, I'd like to call up Sherry Williams, be followed Tribal Council Secretary, and then Mary Benedict, the Tribal Administrator.
Ayiki, my name is Sherry Williams. Thank you for allowing me to speak today about the importance of acquiring this property and what it would mean to me but to the Quartz Valley Indian community and future generations of our people. Basket weaving is far more than a form of art. It's the living cultural tradition that connects us to our ancestors, our lands, our language, and our identity of Karuk people. Every basket tells a story. Every plant gathered carries with its responsibility of stewardship and respect of the land. Without access to these healthy gathering grounds, we cannot fully practice, teach, or preserve the sacred tradition. Basket weaving has been a part of my family's legacy. My great-great-grandmother, Trina Super, was a master basket weaver who carried forward the knowledge that had been passed down for generations. Today, there are very few basket weavers within Quartz Valley Indian community, not because people chose to stop weaving, but because generations of historical trauma that disrupted the passing of our cultural knowledge. Our tribe has endured tremendous loss. In 1934, the Quartz Valley Indian community was officially chartered as a sovereign, self-governing tribe under the Indian Reorganization Act. During the federal termination era in the 1960s, the United States government terminated our reservation, stripping our people of access to our traditional homelands and many of the places where our ancestors gathered natural material essential to our way of life. Although the tribe regained federal recognition in 1983, we have only about 200 acres of land for our people. For more than 10 years, I had the privilege of learning under Master Basket Weaver Verna Reese during the revitalization of traditional basket weaving. Through her mentorship, I have gained the skills, cultural knowledge necessary to teach others. I am now ready to mentor our tribal members, but I face a significant obstacle. We do not have gathering grounds where I can teach them. Today, I must travel to Happy Camp, Orleans, and other downriver communities where I have been graciously invited by fellow weavers to gather materials. Those invitations are built upon years of trust and cultural protocol. It is not culturally appropriate to bring others to those gathering locations, which means I cannot teach our youth and other tribal members where to gather or how to harvest respectfully or how to care for the landscapes without our own gathering grounds. The knowledge I have spent years learning cannot be passed on fully. Acquiring this property would change that. This land would become a place where tribe can restore traditional gathering areas for willow, hazel, beargrass, grapefruit, and other cultural important plants. It would provide opportunities to practice traditional ecological stewardships by caring for these resources in a way our ancestors did. It would become an outdoor classroom with elders, weavers, and cultural practitioners, and can teach our youth not only how to basket weave, but how to identify plants, harvest sustainably, understand seasonal cycles, speak our language, and develop a lifelong relationship with the land. The benefits of this property would extend far beyond basket weaving. It would strengthen culture, identity, promote intergenerational learning, and create opportunities for healing from the historical trauma that has separated our people from our traditional practices. It would allow our children and families to learn directly from the land, fostering pride, resilience, and deeper understanding of who they are as tribal people. This property represents an investment in culture preservations, environmental stewardship, and education, and ensures our traditions remain living practices rather than memories. It provides a place where future generations can to learn and the responsibilities that come along with caring for the land and carrying forward our cultural knowledge. For me personally, this property represents an opportunity to honor my ancestors, especially my great-grandmother, Trina Super, by continuing the work they began generations ago. It represents hope that was nearly lost and can be restored. Most importantly, it represents the opportunity to ensure that our children and grandchildren will not have to leave their own community to learn who they are. By investing in the property today, we are investing in the future of our culture. We are creating a place where our traditions can grow, where our youth can learn, and where our people can continue to work in protecting the land that always been sustained by us. Yoto, and thank you for considering us. And here's some baskets. And so these are some of the materials that I gather in the hills where I go in the mountains. This is a baby rattle. This is a baby basket.
Wow.
And this is just a doll, but she has a hat and this is a maple bark skirt that is our everyday skirt with her dentalium and her hair wrap. And This one, I haven't made her a hat yet, but this is a ceremonial dress. And I gotta make her a hat, but this is. Oh, and this one, my granddaughter had a coming of age ceremony and she weaved this herself for her ceremony. And these are some of the materials that we use for color and design. And so this is what the material looks like after it's been processed. And then we go and we get some alder bark and dye it and turn it to this color just for designing our materials. And this is a acorn basket. That's like for just one person. And this is the same as that one, but this is a maple bark skirt that we made for my granddaughter's coming of age ceremony. So all of these things, we need to go to the mountains and gather so we can continue our tradition.
Those are beautiful. And thank you, Council Secretary Williams, for helping us really connect to the significance of this land for the tribe and importantly, your cultural ways and how it can continue to support that work. It is a dark history that we're all still reconciling with when it comes to the genocide that took place in this state and the loss that so many of the indigenous tribes here in the state have received. So just thank you for connecting with us and around that history and importantly, the importance of this land to the tribe. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Oh, easily. Thank you.
Yodwa.
Next, I'd like to call up Mary Benedict. It's good to see you, Ms. Benedict. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and board members, for your time today. I'm Mary Benedict. I'm the tribal administrator for Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. I'm a Hoopa tribal member. I've had the honor of working with Quartz Valley tribe now for over 4 years. I've been working on this project for the last couple of years with the partners of Trust Public Land and the Water Resource Board. I wanted to share with you a little bit of the structure of Quartz Valley. It's a Quartz Valley is a small non-gaming tribe. We operate primarily on federal, state, and private grants. We run a health clinic that services tribal members and non-tribal members of the Scott Valley region on the reservation. We also have an education department that has a small after-school program, and we provide tribal services through that program. We also have an environmental department where we do water sampling, and you're going to hear from our environmental director, so I won't get too much into that one. We run a domestic violence shelter also on the reservation. We provide Indian child welfare services. We have a small wildland fire department that we started in the last couple of years with a couple of fire engines and a couple of water tenders. And so I guess I wanted to share that with you. Also, the tribe has purchased in the last couple of years about 150 acres with funds that the tribes, had become available in the last couple of years. But I wanted to share that with you because the tribe is a responsible tribe. But they just don't have a lot of resources. But they've been able to build a pretty good infrastructure with what has become available to them. And so I wanted to share that because the council and the membership are committed. They're a committed tribe to, and they're ready to take on this monumental undertaking. This land became available several years back, and the opportunity wasn't there. They didn't have the money to make the purchase, and they missed it that time. They're not going to miss it this time because of the Water Resource Board and the commitment, truthfully, the commitment of your staff. We cannot say enough good things. Truthfully, it's been an honor to work with the staff of the Water Resource Board. I can't, you should be very proud of your staff. They have been very hand-holding and really helpful to the tribe. But this tribe wants this land and wants to do good things with it, not only for its membership, but for the population of Scott Valley, for the citizens of California. You know, if there's any opportunity for principal forgiveness, like, we ask you to please consider that. Even though there's carbon credits that will go, you know, that will help, the tribe can repay, you know, the loan with. All of that's going to go back into managing the land. There's a huge fire scar on this land. So there's a lot of work that needs to be put back, you know, restoration that needs to be done on this land. But this tribe is a responsible tribe. It's building its infrastructure. They've never had a reason to even create a land department before, a forestry department. And so now we're going to be building all of that infrastructure, because once the tribe has this land, like, we'll have a purpose for that. And so, again, I just urge you, if there's any possibility for any type of loan forgiveness or grant possibility, like, the tribe would appreciate that and use that money responsibly. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Really appreciate your leadership here in this project and working with our folks. And thanks for the thanks and acknowledgement to our staff. They are incredible and really appreciate them, and acknowledge and know that we have a lot of folks that come to the SRF program. Some of them, like San Francisco or Los Angeles, come very well resourced, and there are others that aren't as resourced. And I feel what we've certainly learned, especially in these subsequent years, have been we need to provide different levels of service for those that are coming to the program in order to ensure that there is equitable access to the SRF. So just thank you for working with us. And I think we'll have further discussion here on the principal forgiveness request still. So just thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Isaiah Williams, be followed by Fred Case, Sarah Schaefer, and then Tasha Van Dunk. Okay, thank you for that, Isaiah. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I know the next few names I named off also speak of necessary, and so if folks don't feel they need to speak, that's okay too. Next would be Fred Case, and then Sarah Schaefer and Tasha Van Dunk.
I'm a elder now that we got our land back and we got our termination back. It was us young people that were underage that they terminated. Not only the parents, but us kids. And we came back without land. You know, that was one of the things that the tribe did. They got the land and they didn't have nothing to do but sell it. And the recent farmers and stuff, they bought it. And one of the things that they did, they put a water source for us for this land, that reservation. And besides that, we was the only federally recognized tribe in Siskiyou County. that was one of the things that I wanted to say. And then we had to get it back. The thing about the land there, I logged for 20 years in Mendocino County, but I came back and I became a timber cruiser. The Forest Service taught me how to do timber cruising. And that, when I look at our land, the logging did a lot of damage, so even though I was in Mendocino County, I seen the same thing. They clear cut, they did all kinds of stuff. And one of the things that we need to do now is we need to put those land back into shape. People, they come from LA all over to hunt on our property, this property up here. And the property ties into the Forest Service. The Forest Service is right above it. And one of the things that I always said is that we got lakes. We got a lot of stuff that we could produce up here with this land, between this land. And that's how I think we can take care of it. We just use our knowledge about the land and take care of it. And that's about as all as I can say. Thank you. Yotua.
Thank you so much for that, Mr.
Yep.
Case, for traveling down here. I know it's a long journey from up in Siskiyou, and yeah. Well, and your voice is incredibly powerful here, especially given the context of the disenrollment of the tribe, the re-enrollment here, then federal recognition, and being at this moment. So just thank you. Yeah, please.
They elected me chair to because the tribe did. They elected me chair, and 2 weeks after I was chair, they sent me to Washington, D.C. For appropriation. And I went and I said the same thing I say in here is to the people. I just said, but I went with five different tribes, and they're all gaming people now, but we didn't get to the gaming. But one of the things that I did is I asked for startup money, and they gave us startup money because we didn't have enough land, we didn't have no houses, and they gave us like 3 years of $300,000 a year. And that started us back in buying the land. There was people in the valley that we acquired, wanted to buy land like that, and they would buy it. They didn't want us on that land. And we 3 different places they did that. So I had a lady that was non-Indian, but she was my cousin's wife, and I told her, I go, I want you to go talk to the people, and that's how we did it. She got the land for us, and that's how we're there now. So that's good. Thank you.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Case. Appreciate that context and the history here, and again, your leadership here across it. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Schaefer, be followed by Tasha Van Dunk, and then Alex Loomer.
Hi. We've come a long way, 150 years from bounties, state-supported, county-supported bounties on tribal members, to being here and just being so grateful for everybody's help. And everybody with the water board has been fantastic. Everybody from the guys and gals that are out there monitoring for TMDL, to all the way up to your staff here. And just thank you guys all, everybody, for helping us, as well as TPL. TPL has been fantastic. we're just so grateful. We're so grateful for all the help. And it's, it's been a lot of work and, a lot of heartfelt work. So I am the environmental director for the tribe, and we have a pretty extensive environmental program for such a small tribe. We're doing a lot of monitoring. We're actually doing the TMDL monitoring for the state in that area. And what we're learning about sediment, we are hoping to do a lot of sediment release prevention. This property contains the headwaters for all of the water sources for the valley. And of course, the Scott is, we've got issues. I'm sure you're all well aware of some of the issues that we are contending with in the Scott. I am really honored to work with Quartz Valley. The Klamath Tribe people are fix the earth people. And it's not just what they want to do, it's what they have to do, what they need to do. And they haven't been allowed to do that, and it's pretty rough just sitting right there and being able to see the extractive, uses of these lands that are sacred to them. There's a lot of work to do, and we are prepared to do it. We have built collaborations with our environmental program works with the environmental programs from all the other tribes locally. We monitor, or we run a consortium, a water quality consortium that includes other tribes on in the Klamath Basin. And we communicate, we get stuff done. So there's a lot more to do in these lands, and we are super excited to get started doing that. Being able to acquire these lands is not just a benefit for tribal members, it's a benefit for everybody. Everybody in the community, in the Scott Valley community, everybody in the Klamath Basin. The kind of restoration work that we are prepared to do, and some of it has already been started with restoring some of the meadows, high mountain meadows, to retain more water, things like that, pine encroachment. There's a lot of stuff to do there, a lot of fire prevention work, a lot of fuels work that the community will be really happy to see us be able to do. Fire is a big problem for us and a big threat that's kind of constantly there now. And the community will be happy to see some of the work done. The environmental department's been monitoring water quality, water quantity, salmon populations, the presence of harmful algal blooms. Some of the ways in which we serve the community at large is we do dump cleanups. We clean up all the swim sites throughout the entire valley. We do that with our tribal interns. We've done white pine monitoring work up in these lands. By the way, these lands border the Marble Mountain Wilderness and the Russian wilderness. The Russian wilderness has got the Miracle Mile in it, which is more species of conifers in that segment of land than anywhere else in the world. There's some really special lands there, a lot of threatened and endangered species that we look forward to being able to monitor, to see what's there and see what we can do. Let's see, these, our plans will be consistent with nature-based solutions. Salmon in a hot, dry future, 30 by 30. A lot of these are just actually native ways, just indigenous ways anyway. We've already, as I mentioned, built collaborations with a lot of NGOs in the valley and state and federal agencies. we're on our, federal EPA is now reviewing our water quality protection plan so that we can regulate our own water quality, which we're looking forward to that. We would love to have principal forgiveness so that we have more funding to get going on restoration, but we're going to do it no matter what. I'm so happy to be able to see tribal members just be able to get on that land again where they hunted when they were kids, and gathered when they were kids, and they haven't had access to it, in all these years. And the kind of cultural revitalization that will occur with this acquisition is huge and fantastic. We've got a few tribal members that are in school here in the Bay Area. One just completed a PhD at Berkeley in water management, and another one, her little sister actually is going that way as well. They were members of the tribal First Descent down the Klamath. We've got some powerful youth coming up, and to be able to get them out on the land to keep this continuum going is just very, very exciting. And we just can't be grateful enough and share how important this is for the tribe. So it's been a rough go for Quartz Valley, and so it's really fantastic to be perched on the edge of this kind of change. So thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you as well, Ms. Schaefer. Really appreciate your work and leadership, and feel there's definitely an opportunity to really deepen that work as we move forward as well on the water quality side with the regional board and the state board. So thanks for all you're doing and all the tribe is doing. Next, I'd like to call up Tasha Van Dunk, be followed by Alex Loomer, Craig Tucker, and then Juan Altamirano.
Ayuki Nanathuodium. My name is Tasha Van Donk. I am newly elected as the treasurer for the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. So I went away for 20 years and came back, and that land is living and it's breathing, and to feel a completeness with it. It's really unexplainable, but it's very touching. And to be able to share that with my children is absolutely amazing. My mom was a full-blood that was removed from her land and taken to Chemawa, Oregon, to a boarding school. So it brings me such great pleasure and delight to know that I have the opportunity to bring some honor back to that land. And it just means so much for future generations. I have 10 grandchildren, and they all dance culturally and bead, and they just are really throwing themselves into their culture. And it is, this opportunity means everything. So I'm hoping that you understand the heaviness of this. It's just a beautiful, beautiful opportunity. And if you guys could grace us with some forgiveness, that would be amazing. I wasn't planning on coming here and speaking, but I just wanted to speak from the heart and let you know what it means to our families and to our children and to our future generations. Thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you for speaking to the board and helping deepen that connection. Definitely feel this is a generational moment for the tribe especially, but all of us collectively in so much of this work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Loomer, be followed by Craig Tucker, and then Juan Altamirano and Nick Jocelyn.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Loomer, and here on behalf of the Karuk tribe. The Karuk tribe strongly supports this proposal. The tribe and Quartz Valley share a deep commitment to protecting and restoring the water, natural, and cultural resources of their ancestral lands, guided by their traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous values. Together, they have long worked to protect the Scott River watershed, which, as the salmon strategy notes, is critical spawning ground for salmon. The acquisition of this territory represents the kind of durable and meaningful ancestral land return the state of California encourages through its tribal stewardship policy. And I finally want to thank the Trust for Public Land for their partnership on this project and believe this really provides a great model for other land trusts to help follow, to do more land back here in California. Like, we'd love to see more of this happening all across the state. And so I'll just wrap up with the tribe strongly supports this and urges the board to approve the loan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loomer. Really appreciate your voice here and leadership. Next, I'd like to call up Craig Tucker, then Juan Altamirano, Nick Jocelyn, and June Bando. It seems Craig has dropped from the platform, may have hit the wrong button. So, Mr. Tucker, we can definitely take your comment out of order if he pops back on. Next, I'd like to call up Juan Altamirano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the chair, thank you to the board, thank you to the staff, thank you. And it's an honor to have been working with QVIR. They're an incredible partner. And so, we would do it again if we had the opportunity. So, for those of you who don't know, the Trust Public Land has been honored to work with Native American tribes and indigenous communities across the country, supporting tribal ancestral land reacquisition and tribal-led stewardship. QVIR's Scott River Headwaters Project represents the one-of-a-kind tribal-led conservation we are honored to bring forward in California. This is a historic moment, not just for the Trust Public Land and the tribe, but I think for the state. What this board is considering today is historic. This is what is the first tribal CWSRF acquisition in 15 years. And this is a great opportunity to show what is possible in California. From its water quality goals, tribal partnership frameworks, and biodiversity commitments to projects like this, California can dream big and do big things. QVIR's acquisition of over 39,000 acres in Scott River Headwaters property demonstrates that we can protect sites of cultural significance while advancing the water quality outcomes this board is charged with protecting. Cultural significance and water quality are not competing priorities. They are the same priority, protected by the same stewardship. The project also delivers on California's biodiversity commitments, protecting over 250 miles of cold water streams, 9 streams designated as critical coho habitat, wetlands, forest, and a landscape connected to over 4 million acres of protected land. Looking forward, this is something that we can continue to do. California has long managed water and land separately. QVIR's project is what tying them together looks like in practice, in land ownership, water protection, salmon recovery, and tribal stewardship as one integrated land. TPL looks forward to continuing partnership with the State Water Board on projects like this and in projects that benefit tribes, protect water quality, restore salmon, and safeguard California's extraordinary biodiversity. This board has the frameworks, the tools, and the discretion to make these projects possible. Today's decision is an opportunity to show what partnership looks like at scale. In closing, I respectfully ask that this board approve the loan with meaningful principal forgiveness. And I thank the board, the staff, and the tribe for their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altamirano. Next is Nick Jocelyn, and after Nick is June Bando.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair Escoval. My name is Nick Jocelyn, and I'm from Mount Shasta, California. I'm a fifth-generation resident of Siskiyou County, where this acquisition would occur. I've had the distinct pleasure and opportunity to work with Quartz Valley on their ancestral territories during my time as Policy and Advocacy Director at the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. Much of this work is centered around the Scott and Shasta drought regulations, and I've watched Quartz Valley repeatedly go above and beyond in their efforts to save stranded fish during dewatering events on Shackelford Creek, where their current reservation is located. Having more connection to the headwaters of Shackelford Creek and other creeks would allow them to take proactive measures against future strandings and dewatering events. We support funding for this acquisition and also urge that the board consider, to the greatest extent possible, any principal forgiveness that could be authorized during this discussion. Principal forgiveness will allow the restoration of these lands to commence sooner and lead to more healing for tribal members. These types of opportunities do not come along often, so please take this historic opportunity to make a difference for Quartz Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Next is June Bondo, followed by Angelina Cook.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Dr. June Bondo. I'm the Executive Director of the California Native Plant Society. We are a nonprofit conservation organization with a mission to protect California's native plants and their natural habitats. CNPS, the California Native Plant Society, strongly urges the State Water Board to approve the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation's Scott River Headwaters Property Land Back Protection and Enhancement Project, and to provide the fullest level of financial support available through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. This project represents a generational opportunity to advance California's biodiversity, water quality, and climate resilience goals while supporting tribal stewardship and one of the largest tribal land reacquisitions in California history. The Scott River headwaters are ecologically significant. Healthy headwater landscapes are the foundation of clean water downstream, influencing water quality, groundwater recharge, and habitat conditions throughout the watershed. Protecting and restoring these lands will help safeguard native plants, wetland and riparian habitats, and the ecological processes that sustain plants, wildlife, and people alike. For CNPS, this project aligns directly with our mission to protect California's native plants and their habitats. Native plants and healthy ecosystems are essential green infrastructure. They support biodiversity, stabilize soils, store carbon, filter pollutants, and improve resilience to a hotter, drier climate. Conserving large, healthy landscapes is one of the most effective strategies for protecting biodiversity and the systems we rely on as humans. This project also recognizes that successful conservation depends on long-term stewardship. California Native American tribes have cared for these landscapes since time immemorial, and tribal leadership is critical to achieving effective, durable conservation outcomes. By supporting this project, the State Water Board can advance biodiversity, equity, and justice goals while delivering measurable water quality benefits. We encourage you to provide the strongest possible support to this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Much appreciation, Ms. Bando. Next, I'd like to call up Angelina Cook, be followed by Sammy Jerry, Regina Chicazola, and I believe our last commenter will be on this item will be Moises Moreno Rivera. Yeah, it looks like Ms. Cook dropped off, but is coming back on. We'll give Ms. Cook just a moment more, but we can go to our next commenter and come back to her if she's still having technical difficulties. Ms. Cook, you should be invited to. There we are. Good to see you, Ms. Cook.
Thank you. Good to see you too. My name is Angelina Cook. I am a restoration associate with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and I'm based in Siskiyou County. CSPA has been advocating for sustainable water management and restoring habitat for anadromous fish for 30 years, and we do so throughout the state. It's a pleasure to be here today to support the very exciting prospect of Quartz Valley Indian Reservation acquiring significant acreage of strategic lands located in their original territory, which is now known as Scott Valley. My comments today are to encourage adoption of the draft resolution and to express gratitude for the no interest loan. I also want to urge the state to dig deep when considering principal loan forgiveness. Due to the extensive work that has occurred over the last decade in response to the intensifying risks of drought, wildfire, and keystone species extinction in Siskiyou County, I know that you are familiar with the legacy of unsustainable forest and water management that persists in our region to this day. Despite decades of mandates for water quality, forest health, and species recovery, Siskiyou County government remains mired in extractive resource mentality and unsustainable water management, as exhibited this morning during the request for support for basic drinking water supplies from the Hmong and Laotian communities in Shasta Vista. Siskiyou County needs practical, physical examples where responsible stewards can exemplify responsible forest, water, and farmland management in order to demonstrate that healthy economies, indigenous communities, and ecosystems are mutually inclusive. The Scott River Headwaters Land Back Project is a prime example of such a possibility, and I can think of no better group to initiate this type of demonstration project in Siskiyou County than the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. So thank you so much for your support in approving the request before you today and for your consideration of principal loan forgiveness to maximize finances available for the day-to-day on-the-ground bootstrap work that will be required by this severely disadvantaged community to yield successful results from a very important project that will assist help reverse very dangerous trends toward ecosystem degradation in a strategic watershed. So thanks again. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today.
And I really appreciate those comments. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Next, I'd like to call up Sammy Jerry, then Regina Chicazola, and then Moises Moreno Rivera.
Ayuki, this is Sammy Jerry. I'm located in Katisharam, which is a translation in the Adarahi, which is the Katuk language of Scott Valley area. I originally am from the center of the world, which is Katemin, which is also part of the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. As people of that tribe, that particular tribe, have members who come from the center of the world as well. I just want to put out that acknowledgement that this land back recognition is such a huge opportunity for our Indigenous people and our next 7 generations, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. And so that is why I'm here. I'm here to plead for an understanding, for an acknowledgement, for us to be parallel with other communities. You know, we're not secondary. We are here. It was beautiful seeing the baskets there because that is something that I also stem from. And living in Katisharam, Warika area, we are limited to resources. It's to the Scott Valley area. And the resources of clean water and the resources of having our basket materials properly prepared by our cultural practitioners and cultural bearers. One thing Sherry did not mention is that, you know, we collectively use our elements. We use fire. We anticipate snowfall, Futuka, which is Mount Shasta. So, you know, those 2 elements are very important, and they are something that is going to be implemented in this upcoming land transfer. And I just speak wholeheartedly that as a Katuk tribal person, I am also, you know, a relative to the Quartz Valley tribal members as well. So as a tribal member, I do stand in solidarity with them, and I am 100% behind this land back. The Katuk people did it, the Yurok people did it, you know, and we need to be an example for California natives, you know, to let them know that yes, we are still here, and yes, we still practice our culture, and yes, we still are teaching our culture. So just having a secure land base will revitalize and strengthen what we already have in place. So this is speaking solely from the heart, and I just thank you for your time, and I thank you for all those who put in the work, and I'm just very appreciative to speak my piece. Yoswa.
Thank you as well, Ms. Jerry. Really appreciate your voice and advocacy here as part of the discussion and your work on the ground. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chigazola. And again, I think our last commenter then will be Moises Moreno Rivera.
Excuse me. Hello, this is Regina Chigazola. Today I am representing for Communities United for Water Protection, and also as a community member that's been working through various jobs with the Quartz Valley for the last 15 years or so. And I wanted to wholeheartedly support this land back grant. And I also wanted to say a few things about why I think it's so important to support land back within this region, but also what a good steward I think that the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation has been for the Scott Valley. As I'm sure you're aware, you know, the Scott River has a lot of issues. There's been large fires. There's been dewatering of the rivers, dewatering of the groundwater. Often Shackelford Creek does not even flow within the area because of the mismanagement of the headwaters and the valley. And all this mismanagement has just happened since termination happened, which it was in the 50s. So it's, you know, within just a couple within one lifetime, we've had so much mismanagement happen once the tribes were no longer able to manage the land. And so not only do I support the tribe being able to manage this land again, I want to mention that if the loan forgiveness goes forward the way that it's been talked about, and I know that there's a lot to figure out as this goes on, I think it'll actually save the board and the state a lot of money. As it was mentioned before, it furthers the goals not only of meeting the TMDLs and meeting the in-stream flows within the Scott Valley, but also of the state's priorities under its 30 by 30 commitments. And also, it saves this board money through things like WDRs and permitting of things like I mentioned earlier, chemical use on private timberlands, or poor management or cleanup after fires, things of that nature. Extractive industries do lead to a lot of financial burden on the state. And I think having the tribe manage this land will actually not only benefit all the people in the Scott Valley and all the people on the Klamath River through the restoration the tribe will do and the good management, but also I think it'll benefit this board and the and financially will benefit California to have good stewards back on the land. So for all those reasons and for the continued appreciation for the work that the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation does for the Scott River and for the Klamath River, I just want to fully support the funding from the state revolving fund. And I want to fully support this land purchase and any loan forgiveness that can happen. And I also want to really congratulate the Water Board and the staff and the tribe for doing such amazing work on this and making sure that the Quartz Valley once again has the land that it deserves to have back in its hands. And I really wish the tribe the best in all of its future restoration and hopefully in the forgiveness with this loan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. Always appreciate your voice here as part of the board's proceedings and your advocacy and leadership. It's much appreciated. All right, I believe our last commenter will be Moises Moreno Rivera.
Buenas tardes, Chair Esquivel and board members. Mi nombre es Moises Moreno Rivera, and I'm part of the government affairs team with Trust for Public Land. I'm not known for brevity, so I put talking points just to keep me on a time check. I want to start with gratitude in 4 directions to Chairman Lincoln, Mary Benedict, and the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation Business Council. Thank you for trusting TPL to partner with the tribe on this project. To the State Water Board staff and the Division of Financial Assistance, thank you for the depth and thoughtfulness you have brought to the 2 years of work on this project. It is a genuine partnership, and y'all are just knocking it out of the park. To the QVIR elders, community members, and staff, and to the supporting tribes and partners, this moment is also possible thanks to you. And of course, to this board, thank you for your consideration today. We're grateful that the draft resolution before you includes a 0% interest rate. That decision honors the precedent this board set 15 years ago on the UROC SRF loan, and it signals continuity of purpose across 2 tribal water quality projects of statewide significance to tribes, watersheds, and downstream communities alike. We ask this board to build on that foundation by activating principal forgiveness for Quartz Valley as an eligible applicant. I want to acknowledge the reality DFA staff have shared. Federal cuts have impacted the SRF program, and demand continues to exceed available resources, as we saw on that slide. The constraint is real, and I do not minimize it. The board's decisions on how to allocate limited resources are always hard, and the intent behind them is always to serve Californians. I would offer that how that constraint is allocated is itself a policy choice. This is the first tribal SRF acquisition project in 15 years on a program whose acquisition authority has essentially gone unused for California tribes over that span. QVIR is stepping up into a gap not to serve its own community alone, but to help a watershed that needs help in ways that benefit Scott Valley drinking water users, downstream Klamath Basin communities, and salmon-dependent economies across the region. I offer that context because I know this board, and over the past decade, has advanced the frameworks that speak directly to this moment. The 2017 recognition of tribal beneficial uses, with the draft guidance workshop happening tomorrow, the 2019 tribal consultation policy, and implementation of AB 2108, among others. Those frameworks recognize that tribal water quality outcomes deserve dedicated attention. QVIR's project is what activating those frameworks in a moment of constraint looks like. Forgiveness would free up dollars that would otherwise serve as debt, allowing QVIR to direct the fullest measure of resources into salmon recovery for downstream Klamath Basin communities, forest and watershed restoration for landscape resilience, wildfire mitigation for Siskiyou County residents, road decommissioning, and protection of drinking water for the Scott Valley community. In effect, this board becomes an early investor in a watershed that needs help in partnership with tribes stepping up to do that work. QVIR's project sits at the intersection of the framework this board and the legislature have advanced over the past decade. It is what those frameworks look like in practice, delivered by a specific tribe on a specific watershed with benefits that extend beyond the tribe itself. The tribe welcomes this board to view partial forgiveness as an early investment in the long-term stewardship of these lands and waters, and in a watershed, again, that needs help, and QVIR is stepping up to provide. I respectfully ask the board to approve this loan and include meaningful principal forgiveness in the final terms. Thank you for your consideration and for your leadership. Gracias.
Thank you as well for your leadership in all of this, Mr. Moreno Rivera. I really appreciate, I know what have been ongoing conversations and continued just leadership in this space. Well, again, much appreciation to the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation, to its leadership, Chairman, Ms. Benedict, and others. It's been an incredible engagement, and again, really feel the sense of a generational opportunity here when it comes to this project. I'll say a few things on the principal forgiveness request, and certainly want to hear from other board members. As has been acknowledged, and we know, we have a fiscal cliff essentially approaching us when it comes to the funding resources that the state board has to be able to do this work. It includes principal forgiveness. Principal forgiveness is in part of our baseline clean water state revolving fund program, which has been halved these last years. So the amount of resource we have for principal forgiveness has been in sharp decline, and always puts us in the difficult position of having to prioritize that funding, and know that there isn't enough to meet the needs of communities that don't have access to wastewater sanitation right now, may have cesspools or other issues in their communities, and absent principal forgiveness, may not have projects that make it across the finish line. The other challenge I will say is I want to do a lot more of this work. I feel we as a board also want to do a lot more insofar as being able to contribute to land back purchases by tribes, helping again reconcile these generational challenges that are out there. And so in part what weighs on my mind as well is how we treat future tribes that come in future communities that come to the board looking for funding, and what precedents we set out and what ultimately becomes fair for us. And what we don't have is a policy ultimately around land back and funding of land purchases through the Clean Water SRF with tribes. I don't know necessarily we need one. I think we can take each project as it comes to us, not unlike this moment, sort of unto itself. But that's the other consideration that weighs as I consider what best to do in this moment, is also those future requests, which I certainly am dedicated to it not being 15 years and seeing a lot more of it. So you're all laying groundwork that it is so critical for other communities to access these resources as well. So I wanted to say that, and then also recognize that unfortunately, principal forgiveness isn't something we can do later. It is at the execution of the loan that we are able to consider some amount of grant, and then also weighs onto the other side as to what best to do in this moment. So I'll just say for myself, and definitely want to hear from the rest of my colleagues here on the board, that even with all of those considerations, I am open to some amount of principal forgiveness here, because I think it is a down payment to the continued relationship that we do want to expand, both with Quartz Valley, but other tribes, importantly, and can be a benefit ultimately in so far as kind of boosting that initial work. What that amount might be, this is me just throwing out, but perhaps like a $3 million principal forgiveness could be a strong signal and meaningful token amongst the work here to show the good faith that we certainly want to have in this project and implementation of it, knowing that those dollars will go to good work on the ground and managing the land. So it's kind of where I am at currently. Again, I am in favor of considering some additional, or just considering principal forgiveness, and as perhaps a starter, maybe feeling 3 million may be fair. But look to other board colleagues, Vice Chair and then Board Member Morgan.
Chair, I think that your comments were just really thoughtful, and I agree with sort of your listing of reasons for and reasons against principal forgiveness. I'm really excited about this project, and I do want to see more projects like this. I think Ms. Chitizola really nailed it on, what she's seeing on the ground and what the potential is. We've spent a lot of time in this region, and we want to see improvements. And so what really strikes me is of course, the tribe is in support, but then the support that you're receiving from your partners, and I'm excited about those opportunities as well. I would lean against principal forgiveness because of my concern about the fund. But if we move in that direction, then I think a limited amount. But what I would look to, and in my briefing, I asked about additional monitoring so that we could receive information about, I know that the commitment is there, but I think we need a feedback loop so that we can better understand the potential for projects like this. And so to the extent that, whatever we end up doing on some amount of principal forgiveness, I would want to see this feedback loop and a touch point so that we can learn more about projects like this. I also am concerned about, we did not do this for the previous project, and hopefully there'll be more. And so in terms of, any precedent setting, I think just sending a signal that you want this project to be successful and not necessarily to rely on it because we don't know what the financial future will hold, but, that we're getting something out of this in that, to a certain extent, it's a pilot project. I'm really excited about the credit trading and, seeing what comes of that. So again, I think it leans toward, if we go in this direction, just getting additional information so that we can move forward accordingly.
I really appreciate that, Vice Chair. And to my concern about what kind of policy are we setting? What are the conditions for principal forgiveness that we would consider for future requests? I appreciate your thinking of tying it to some data or information so that at some future moment, we do have some more information to be able to say, better get a sense of, well, what is fair and, what are the conditions in which that we would say yes to principal forgiveness, so folks kind of know that there's a policy backing behind it as opposed to just always a gut call, basically. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. So first, just really want to express my gratitude to Quartz Valley. Appreciate you being here today and bringing this project to us. Appreciation also to Public Land Trust for working with Quartz Valley to bring us to this moment. Just taking a step back and looking at the project, I look at it somewhat differently. Not only just a land back project, but just truly restoring the land back to where I believe it should be. And I find that to be critical. And Mr. Calderon brought up, the land and showed us, where that property is. The property is at the headwaters, which are critical, not just to that area, but also downstream. And as we look at climate change and, just where we are, not just now, but where the state, as we move forward with our environment, as we move into the future, this land is going to be critical for Quartz Valley, but for everyone downstream. And this restoration of the land is also going to be something just invaluable. It is, I can't just express the value of this. It's not just something that's monetarily valuable. It's something that is, it's beyond needed. And this work, we can't put a price tag on this type of work. It just also, we're looking at, Scott River, it's impaired. This is, look, it's on the 303D list for temperature and sediment. I look at this as a non-point source project, which is why, it qualifies under the Clean Water SRF. And so when I look at the projects that usually come through, they're usually point source projects, which in some ways it's simpler. I worked done a lot of point source work through my career, and it's simpler. It's easy to find a point, say this is what's happening, and you see what is occurring there. Non-point source projects are not as easy, and that's something I believe as a state that we need to look at more of, non-point source projects, because we've looked at many of the point source projects as far as when we're looking at our surface waters, and we've done a lot of great work there. But as we are looking at our water quality and then we move forward, non-point source is where we're going to make the most improvement, I believe, and especially within our headwaters. And that's where we're going to make the change within our surface water as we continue to move forward. It is difficult as we look at our funding today and in the future, because we are not receiving as much, and so that does make decisions more difficult. Even with that, I am comfortable with looking at, could we provide some principal forgiveness, just because of what I see as the invaluable value of this project, of a non-point source project that is really doing, I can't remember, there are multiple streams and, impacting quite a bit of the headwaters of this area, and just looking at just the multiple ways. I don't want to start getting real science and techie and going along here. There is so much value in restoring the land around and just hearing about the projects and what that value brings, it really does bring a lot into our water quality, quantity, and et cetera, as we move forward. So, I am in favor of looking at something. I also just wanted to follow up on one item that you brought up, Chair, of adding principal forgiveness later into agreement. Wanted to get clarification from staff of, could the agreement be amended at another time to forgive part of the loan?
Yeah, thank you, board member.
So the answer is generally no. We would have to have a specific funding source that has that as an eligible use. Most of our funding sources do not. Principal forgiveness, for example, every capitalization grant we get, and it from USCPA, and it specifically says it can only refinance costs going back to the date that we got that capitalization grant. So future USCPA capitalization grants could not be used to refinance essentially any costs incurred prior. If we were to get certain, money from the general fund or potentially a GO bond or something that had that as a specific eligible use, that would be a different analysis. But at the moment, we don't know of any that we have that are eligible to do this.
Okay, I understand now because it's the purchase and the cost is all at that time. There's not a cost at a later date that we could then apply. So if there was a cost at a later date, then we could apply that to the future. We could do that portion. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. And there is an outstanding request from the Yurok tribe for principal forgiveness, and the challenge we've had is that, again, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure law and the dollars in principal forgiveness there, or just our yearly capitalization grant, all of those have come with restrictions on being able to. But to Mr. Wilson's point, if the legislature is listening and so chooses, we could potentially have resources that are able to address some of those requests into the future. But currently, and better safe to assume is so, otherwise, we're not able to. Board Member McGuire, and then Board Member Blumenfeld.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you to the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation for being here and bringing this amazing project forward. I think it's really remarkable. I've learned a lot about the Scott River over the past few years as we've dealt with the drought and dealt with now looking at the scientific basis for establishing minimum in-stream flows for the fishery there. And with that is protecting the water quality in the watershed, and the headwaters are a key part of that. So when you brought this project to me, I was just inspired by its potential to really marry flows with water quality protections to just provide so much value to the watershed. And so thank you for your leadership on that. I'm very supportive of the project. And I agree actually with Board Member Morgan that actually everyone about the opportunity that non-point source projects really present in California to help improve our water quality. I think there's a lot we can do with it. The challenge has always been the revenue source to pay back those really good projects. So this is one where you have a revenue source. So that's great that it can go forward. And I've, for the last few years, been looking for ways that we can advance other creative ways to support similar types of projects in different watersheds for different benefits. So I also understand you have a 319H grant for the water management, non-point source water management aspect of this. So I'm heartened to hear that you do have some grant funds coming for that piece of the project. And perhaps there's an opportunity for additional 319H grants down the road. I don't know what that potential is, but I hope you might be eligible for that. When it comes to principal forgiveness, gosh, the fiscal cliff is really weighing on me heavily right now. And we just adopted the intended use plan at the last board meeting. And, I wish it had a non-point source component to that plan, but it doesn't. And so even with all the projects that were included in it at that time, our amount of funding dwarfs the amount of projects that are currently in the pipeline. So I'm a little concerned, not that this project isn't as worthy as any other one of receiving principal forgiveness, but I'm a little concerned if we open the doors, there will be many others that come through and have similar requests because there are so many, the needs are so high out there broadly. So I would be supportive of working on a policy amendment for the future so that we can hone in on what the appropriate amount of funding would be for these types of projects. But I'm in a similar mind to the vice chair at this point in terms of not being as supportive of principal forgiveness at this time. But that's where I'm set.
Thank you, Board Member Blumenfeld.
I'd also like to thank and I feel truly honored that we have the chair, the secretary, the treasurer, the administrator, and the environment director, and other tribal members. Thank you for coming to visit with us today. I've spent time in the marbles and up in that part of the world, and it really truly is God's country. It's a really spiritual and amazing place that does, one of the callers talked about it being the center of the world. It does have that magical feeling. So this is obviously a lot more than acreage. This is about tribal sovereignty. This is about culture. This is about reconnecting to the land, and then all the other things that we described. As someone that spent time at US EPA, and we just talked about IIJA, that actually has a 2% tribal set aside in the legislation appropriating that. When we got the intended use plan, I think it was very close to 926.8 million, 2% of which is 18.5 million. So I'd be very in favor of two things. One, I 100% think we do need a policy. We had policies for termination. We had policies for all the terrible things that have happened to tribal communities in this state and country, and we definitely need a policy to set that right. I would let that be the decision of staff as to what that should look like, but it shouldn't be less than an incredibly retrograde US EPA that we have right now. So they have a better tribal set-aside policy than the state of California at 2%. I would definitely want it to be more than that. And that allows us then to make decisions both at the same time with and separate than the rest of the loan forgiveness decisions, or principal forgiveness decisions. I would say that these all should be based on clear criteria. As the chair said, it's hard to make decisions in a vacuum based on a single project. I would like to see a tribal set-aside policy. I would like to see, given that it took 15 years between ours, I would like to see Adriana and team a goal of how many we have in the next 10 years, like a specific goal of we would like to do this number of deals so that we're not just waiting for the next deal, but which I'm sure we weren't. But when one from TPL said this is one of a kind, I hope it isn't. I mean, it isn't, because the Eurocorp did it 15 years ago. So this has to be something that we spend more time doing, a lot more. Like I actually can't think of a better use of public money than this. So I would be in favor of, I mean, we have a wide gap, and I don't want to throw money numbers out there, but I would be in favor of more than what the chair said, but leave it to folks. I'm very cognizant of the fact we did just agree to a policy, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that tomorrow we have a day-long workshop on tribal beneficial uses, of which this is now giving life. It only means something if you have the ability to control that land. I would love, I think Mr. Calderon, you did a great presentation. I think it was a little heavy on the side of like dealing with risk. Like, I think this is an amazing project. So rather than talking more about the financial stuff, I would rather, like, I'm particularly interested in how we get this into trust. That wasn't discussed. I'm particularly interested in like, is the seller putting stuff on the table? Because this was originally tribal land. So we went through all that turmoil. The seller then somehow got it, and now we're buying it back for 25 million. Like, be nice if they had some skin in that game. I would love to make sure, Adriana said at the beginning, this 40,000 acres would make it the largest land bank in US history. Because I'm here from the chair's leadership, that we will, and I certainly will be voting for this. I just want to make sure that we coordinate really tightly with the tribe and TPL to get this story out there, because this is these are very dark environmental days. People don't have a lot of hope. This is an incredibly hopeful story about what can happen, and what spiritual and deep connection to the land means to people. And I think people are really thirsty for that. So the more we can get the story out, the better. But I would love to see a tribal set-aside policy more than 2%. I would love to see a way of really setting a goal of either number of acres or number of tribes. There's not that many opportunities, but we should be searching out those opportunities and tribes. So those are the two goals that I would love to see. And then I will defer to the chair, but I would strongly hope that we can look back at that last 15 years and calculate, if we had a 2% tribal set aside, what that would have meant, and apply that to the one and only project we're going to have voted on in that 15-year period and make that work for this tribe. Because when we look at disadvantage, I heard the tribes, like often, I spent a lot of time with Cal EnviroScreen, which is one of the sole ways of looking at how burdened and disadvantaged they are. And that has a lot of things that rural communities, especially this community, don't have. So you're not close to a freeway. You don't have a lot of chemical contamination. So the way that disadvantage is ranked often makes it harder. We heard this for tribes. So making sure that we level the playing field so that we're looking at disadvantage. And I actually think you're more disadvantaged because of your history, and we have not included you enough. So I think when we think about, Nicole used this word and I really like it, restorative, this is about restorative justice. So this is one of those singular opportunities that we have as decision makers to actually restore something that was there before and create justice through that. So anything that we can do in terms of principal forgiveness from 100% to something, I would be in favor of.
Thank you for all those points, board member. Well taken and appreciated, and for all the board members' discussion here at the dais. I'll want to make one thing clear as well, though. Although this purchase and this transaction is unique, and again, haven't done a similar land buyback in 15 or so years. There are other projects with tribes, just to be clear, for the clean water SRF, for wastewater projects, and also drinking water projects. And so when it comes to the amount of funding that the board has provided to indigenous communities and tribes, it is a number greater, and don't have anything off the top of my head, but I know that we can provide that just to give a sense of the work the board is ongoing and engaged in when it comes to funding infrastructure. But certainly when it comes to the purchase of land and land back, this is very unique there. Instead of trying to figure out what may be a reasonable amount of principal forgiveness here at the dais amongst us, and do hear Board Member McGuire, your discomfort with providing principal forgiveness, and Vice Chair, again, the reasonable cautiousness about it. Again, there's important reasons why when we think of the health of the program, the precedents we're setting, but because we are only able in this moment now in execution of the loan, able to consider it, I don't want to foreclose. And if folks are comfortable, I think what we can do is provide simply direction to board staff in order to understand what amount of principal forgiveness might be reasonable. The challenge is that I know folks are looking at a July 31st deadline to get all of this done. That doesn't leave much time for, a protracted sort of negotiation, if you will, around what additional principal forgiveness would be directed to the project. So I'm a little cautious there, only knowing that that could add time ultimately that we don't necessarily have. And so, but also don't want to kind of sit up here and be going back and forth on numbers, and would rather leave it to your all discretion if there is board direction around an amount. And then otherwise, I'd like to hear from Mr. Wiles or Ms. Mogus or Mr. Calderon or others around what we might be able to provide here.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. To the extent that the board, as a board, would like to authorize principal forgiveness, I'm assuming it might be really helpful to staff, given the short time frame, to see if the board can agree on a number. If that's not possible, then we could add something to the resolution like you suggested, which would be a reasonable amount of principal forgiveness. I think then you're just going to have your staff kind of scratching their head about the amount. So I'll certainly defer to Mr. Oppenheimer or Mr. Wilson, but to the extent the board, as a board, does want to authorize some amount of principal forgiveness, I think the best case scenario would be for the board to have that discussion now, given the timing.
Yeah, I hear that. Appreciate that, Mr. Wiles. Mr.
Yeah,
Oppenheimer, anything you wanted to add?
I think Mr. Wells summed it up right. I mean, I think we don't have a lot of time. It would be good to get direction. I'm hearing mixed opinions, so we don't have clear direction at this point. And so I think as it stands right now, there wouldn't be principal forgiveness unless you direct us to do that. And even though we don't have a policy, you can do that.
Yeah. Well, I heard 3 board members in support of principal forgiveness, but again, I hear you on again, we're trying to hit a July 31st deadline, and probably best for us to just be clear on that amount as opposed to providing direction. But Vice Chair, see if.
Well, what makes me nervous about that is that we didn't have we had the discussion last time we met on the IUP. We know we have fiscal cliff issues. We have more projects than what we can fund. So I'm just nervous about picking a number. I think that staff can do a really good job now that they see that it's a majority of the board that's in support of principal forgiveness. I'd like to hear it in the context of, the overall funding that we have. And considering, I mean, I think we are unanimous here in that we are all concerned about the fund. We want to do the right thing. But for us to pick a number, it just makes me a little nervous. And in light of the fact that staff would have that discretion anyway if we provide the direction, I think that, I'd feel like it would be a more thoughtful decision. The other piece that I wanted to ask, and I know staff is busy, huddling, exactly.
Sidebarring.
But I pulled up the resolution, and on item 4, resolved, it does reference no later than 3 years after acquisition of the properties, Quartz Valley is to develop a property management plan and non-point source management plan. So I think as to my concern about receiving information, I don't know if there's anything that would need to be done to improve this. I think it's pretty broad. So would just like staff to comment on that, the item number 4 in the resolution.
You, Vice Chair.
I can comment on that. Yeah, that we can certainly make sure that there's a term in the agreement that's more specific as to what's needed. I think as far as direction in the resolution, that is enough for us to go on as far as making sure we can put the appropriate terms in the agreement. We do have some kind of monitoring and report terms and conditions anyway, but we can make sure there's some specific ones to address what we talked about here.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair.
And I'll just add, I think Vice Chair Diadamo, I think what you said is fine. It's just as written right now, I don't think the resolution has that direction. I don't know if it needs to be in there. I think that's a legal question. Maybe it could be in the motion or something. Maybe you'd be comfortable with an up to amount that we could add in there, and then, if staff can use some discretion in determining the amount. I'm talking about principal forgiveness now, that's the direction. But I just don't think it's in there right now. I think it's as it's currently written. I think we'd be a little bit constrained, but again, that's a legal issue.
So I'd love to propose an amendment that has an up to amount of 5 million that we can vote on, subject to staff discretion.
Yeah, I'd be supportive of that. But Mr. Wiles, is that something, will you all need to huddle really quick, get some written amendment, or in the motion to adopt, can we provide the direction, not unlike the verbiage that Board Member Blumenfeld just used?
Yes, we can, actually, I've written out something so we can insert that in the motion. It would be in addition to the very first resolved clause.
So we do want something added, written then to the resolution best?
That's what I'm
Yes,
proposing.
I think we definitely should include that, if that's where the board wants to go in terms of an up to or anything else.
Up to 5 million, I'm comfortable with. Looking to other board members, though.
I'm just looking, I want to, be a team player here. I'm just still concerned about the fund. And so I'd like to see, well, you have a motion, Board Member Blumenfeld. I don't know if you would view this as a friendly amendment, but
Anything that you say, I would view as friendly.
just to include when staff is directed, the reason we're not comfortable picking a number is that we don't have all the information before us. It was a couple of weeks ago, but even then, I don't think we honed in on this level of detail. And so directing staff to consider up to 5 million, but as part of that evaluation to be considering, the overall fund and the needs assessment that, I know it's very preliminary, the information that we have, but just considering the overall context, not just as to the need of this project.
Correct. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
So amended.
Is your mic on, board member? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff to refresh all of our memories on our last board meeting and the amount of funding available for fiscal year 26-27 against the number of projects and the project request for funding, just so we all have that front of mind, because I want to use that as a little bit of context. I think staff carefully, you have done a great job on this. In fact, I was quite skeptical that we would be here now when I heard from the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation that they needed to close the deal by the end of this year. I was, having once worked in DFA, I was a little nervous about getting the agreement completed in time. So I'm really thrilled that we're here today. And I just want to be absolutely clear, I'm very supportive of this loan agreement transaction moving forward and the project. So that said, I'm still incredibly concerned with committing additional funds at this time. What I heard also was that there's another tribe asking for principal forgiveness as well. And perhaps there's others I'm not aware of. So I don't have enough information to make a decision right here, but I know that we need to make a decision on this agreement. So I can see that there's a quorum of the board that supports moving forward. So I would just ask that if we have any amendment, this is a separate vote on this. So refresh our memory on the funding, where we're at, so we can think a little bit more about that $5 million proposal. But then I may also ask for this to be two different votes. So one on the amendment for this addition, and then one on the agreement as a whole, if we could.
Noted, board member. Staff.
Yeah, so in the Clean Water Intended Use Plan, the principal forgiveness along with other state funds are allocated to small disadvantaged communities for wastewater projects. The overall demand is about about 860 million. And we currently have 260 million in complete applications as of when the board adopted the intended use plan. The 260 million is also the number of dollars that we have for principal forgiveness plus all the other state dollars. I think that's what makes it so challenging, is that there's complete application for all the dollars that we have.
So we'd have to cut somebody off if we were to award this principal forgiveness funding.
I think it would be an incredibly difficult trade-off.
Okay, so Ms. Hong, of the 260 million in complete applications, how many are from state or federally recognized tribes?
That is a great question. Not many. There's one I can think of on top of my head.
Is it, just give me a dollar amount, is it 5% of that 260 million, 1%?
We can probably say 5%. I'll have to look up the exact projects.
Because that's the discussion that we're having for me here today. It's not about the whole pool of funding, but like making sure that this very historically disadvantaged group who was terminated in California, went through ridiculous hardship, still does, is considered as part of that pool. And that's where I'm pushing for a tribal set aside so that we can make decisions, because we haven't structured it that way in the past. It just gets put in. And as we heard from Chair Esquivel, if you're a San Francisco or an LA, you have 30 people writing these proposals. If you're Quartz Valley, you have one who's luckily here today. Thank you for being here. But the resource constraints are why you need that tribal set aside, why US EPA came up with that, why it's in the IIJA. So I do want to make sure we're not, I would be fine with others not getting it, based on the fact that we need to make sure that tribes do get it. So that's why I think knowing is not just the very worthy 260, but some, that 2% for me is a floor, not a ceiling. So I just would want to make sure that we understood it in that context. I don't know if you can do that right now, but that would be extremely, that's how I'm doing my mental math.
Might be helpful to hear from Mr. Downey.
Yeah, I can help. There's three projects for tribes on that list for about $35 million total. I'll note that a couple of those are septic to sewer projects, and so that is something that for board to consider. Those are projects that are very difficult to take that loan component when annexing additional homes into a sewer area. So there is that, and don't want to single anyone out on the list, but I think the last project added to that fundable list was a tribal project for septic to sewer, probably about $30 million. Well, I should say the $30 million would be the limit based on the adopted IUP, which might need to be some sort of phasing for the project and some value engineering.
Is that 35 million the principal forgiveness components, or is that the loans as well?
Correct. That would be for principal forgiveness and grant. Yep.
That's 13%, so we're doing well. 13.5.
And then the other component is that we are offering a 0% interest loan as well. So there's a value to that, right? Because normally it would be 2 point, whatever the going interest rate is for our subsidized loans, but there's an even incremental benefit there. So that's something that is on my mind as well.
Yeah, so the grant equivalent for the 0% interest loan will be at least 11 million compared to the general obligation bond rate, which we're assuming systems can get. But often for communities, if they go on the market, the rate will be much higher than that. So at least 11 million in interest savings.
Yeah, for a market rate loan, right? But otherwise we would have loaned at about half of that. So like 5-ish million then in savings from our traditional loan terms. Well, I'm still, I know that the hardship in the program, still supportive though of contemplating some amount of principal forgiveness here, and the up to 5 million sounds fine to me, but understand that there may be difference of opinion on the board around that. Board Board Member Morgan, did you want to add something?
Sure, Chair. I am comfortable with the motion on the table, and when ready, I'm willing to second it. I am comfortable with up to 5 million. For me, I look back, I understand this conversation did not happen when the Clean Water SRF was in front of us. I, would have liked to have had that conversation, this conversation at that time, and had this non-point source. I'm going to call it a non-point source project because that's what's coming in to our program as. It is truly a land back and a restoration project, and everything. I would have liked to have had that conversation at this conversation at that time of taking a look at it. For me also, the Clean Water SRF is a fund that I've been fighting for to make sure that when we do receive funding, we're splitting 50-50 because of the great need. That has not happened continuously since I've been on the board. And, for me to make decisions as a board member, I need the full picture of all the projects and to understand what the true need is. That's something I've been continuously expressing. So, it's a frustration of mine to not get that big picture of what the full need is, and not just, septic to sewer. Everyone knows that that is dear to me, and I believe those projects need to move forward. I also believe that non-point source projects such as this need to move forward because they are hard to fund, and it's hard to find funding for them. And when we have a project that can be funded, that meets our qualifications, we should be making sure that the communication is there and that we understand what that need is when we are looking at our plans that come in front of the board, that the board is aware of what that full funding need is, so that when we have the different state funding and different funding where we have the ability to make the split between our programs, we can weigh in on what that split should be. And we have all of the information. That is something that I feel that perhaps this time we did not get all of the information to weigh in at that time, because I would have weighed in more on non-point source. I do believe moving forward, we do need to have a policy so that we can provide more direction to the division of how to consider projects like this and how do they fit into that bigger picture of the clean water projects that we see day to day. Because yes, this is a project that is not the day-to-day project, but I think what you're hearing is a struggle, at least from some, me included, that a project that is not seen day-to-day, how do we, how does it fit within the day-to-day the program? For me, this is a critical project that should easily fit within our program to where staff can take and look and evaluate and know how to move forward. Understanding that it has not occurred in the last 15 years. Regardless, this is a non-point source project. Yes, land back, restoration, these are also critical with all the work that comes in front of the board and our priorities. For me, this is a high priority. So really want to work with the division and Adriana, your group, to make sure that we have a policy so that the communications at least that I feel that I'm getting the communications that I need as a board member to weigh in at critical points to make these decisions. So with all of that, I am in favor of moving forward with the motion that is, before us, and if we need to include an addition to for staff to work on a policy for land back, and I'm going to say land back projects. I'm going to leave it big because whether non-point source, but to look at our other programs to see how do you work within the water board with our programs, and we're working across divisions to see how does it fit within our structure.
Appreciate that, board member. And just for my own, make sure I'm clear in understanding, is the data that you feel we don't have data around, are the non-point source project requests that are out there?
Yes, it was focused more on our traditional sewer projects.
Right, right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any Vice Chair, please.
I'd just like to, I don't think I was very eloquent in my friendly amendment, just because of the inner workings of the project. And so of the fund. And so I'd just like to make sure that we know what we're voting on in terms of my friendly amendment, that we look at the big picture, but, is there anything in particular that you could provide for us in terms of wording?
Happy to, and I thought you were more than eloquent enough, so I actually used your words. If the clerk could put it up on the board, this would be a proposed revision to resolution number 1, the hereby resolved clause number 1 in the draft resolution for the board's consideration if this is where the board wants to go.
Give a moment for folks to digest.
That looks good to me, Phil. I guess the only other thing is what Nicole was saying in terms of, do we need to put language in directing staff to develop policy options for a tribal set aside that relates to non-point and other sources? If that'd be great to have in somewhere too.
Not necessary, but certainly if the board would like to put it in writing. I mean, the
I would
staff's
like to have
here
it in
listening
writing,
to the
yes.
board right now, so could certainly include that in the motion without the necessity of adding it to the resolution itself.
And I guess I have a question, which is, for Board Member Morgan, are you contemplating like a separate standalone policy or incorporating this into the IUP?
I would leave it up to Adriana and her, discretion of how to work that in.
I mean, it has to
Okay.
be, it has to ultimately go into the IUP.
Right.
Yeah, I think we just recently amended, the policies. It's a larger effort. It takes time. I think what we can do is provide direction for the intended use plan to contemplate that, and it can be something that ultimately marries into and up into the policy with time. But we'll be able to act sooner if it is direction around the intended use plan.
I would cast it as a goal. So where I'm coming from is I'd like a goal that we know. So over the next 10 years, we will work to achieve these things so we can hold ourselves against a goal of where we want to go, and then a not less than amount in terms of a set aside so that we can actually look back and understand what we've done against that.
What might be helpful is as part of the motion to direct that development. And then that way, what that looks like, if it's a 10-year kind of lookout goal, how it gets incorporated in the IUP can all be left to what is further discussion with staff and the board members. So if you're amenable to that, then Board Member Blumenfeld, if you'd like to make the motion and just again incorporate as part of your verbal direction on this, I think that would be helpful. But I believe at this point we're taking this in 2 parts. And so we'll first vote on this motion with that direction as well, board member, and then we'll vote on the full resolution at that point. Just this, and then, but you can also provide verbal direction as we do the motion, this motion around the intended use plan.
No, that's not this.
I'll second.
All right, thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Blumenfeld,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
No.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And so the amendment is made, and then now I think what we're prepared for is a motion on the resolution as a whole.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous, and the resolution is here adopted. Again, thank you everyone for the work here. I know there's a lot more work here still ahead, and so look forward to hearing back often and soon as to the progress on the purchase, but importantly, the work on the land too. So thank you, and congrats for the incredible work that got us here. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and as we transition to our last significant item for the day, our board workshop on the Prop 4 Stormwater Grant Program. Let's go ahead and give ourselves 5-ish minutes to at least transition. And let's bring ourselves back here 3:25. Thanks all.
We've been trying, we've been giving.
No, totally.
Okay, okay.
Many times.
Oh, okay.
We
have lots of.
Brain, it's not the right word. Yeah, it's just south of that.
That's one track. Yeah, I know it's eastish, but I'm not sure if it's south. Yeah.
Pretty sure when it last, no, 3 years ago.
All right, everyone. It is 3:30. We'd like to get back. We still have one additional substantive item to get to on our schedule for the day. Folks can slowly wind down conversations or take them out. We can begin to transition to item number 6. This is now a board workshop presentation on the draft Proposition 4 Stormwater Grant Program Guidelines. And really appreciate everyone that's held on for this discussion. I know it's been a long day of just really great work and discussion. And amongst it, this item is fantastic and really looking forward to this discussion. So without further ado, I hand things over to Ms. Chase or Ms. Tony.
Thank you, Board Esquivel, members of the board. Here with me today, I have Bridget Chase, and online, I believe we have Matt Reedy with OCC, just in case we need him. So today, we're here to present item number 6, which is our Prop 4 Stormwater Grant Program Guidelines. Next slide, please. So the topics we're going to cover today at the workshop are, we're going to go through Prop 4 background. We're going to go through our funding process timeline. We're going to go through our list of eligible applicants, the requirements that came out of the bond. We're going to go through our proposed policy decisions and the guidelines, which includes our proposed scoring criteria, also our minimum and maximum grant amounts. We're going to include some information on how to comment on the guidelines and a list of helpful websites at the end of our presentation. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of our funding process timeline. We did post our draft guidelines on July 10th, and our public comment period is going to run from July 10th through August 24th. The comment period closes at noon. This is an extension of our public comment period. It was originally posted to close on August 17th, but we did get some public comments that requested we extend this, so this is the extension date. We are going to present the guidelines to the board for adoption on October 6th, and if adopted, that would put our solicitation for applications approximately December 2026 through February 2027. Once that solicitation closes, then we're going to score and rank the applications, prepare our project funding list, all in spring of 2027. And we anticipate issuing funding agreements around June of 2027. Next slide, please. Here is a list of our Prop 4 eligible applicants. This does come out of the bond. It is applicable for all Prop 4 bond programs. In interest of time, I won't read them off. Next slide, please. Also, out of Prop 4 came the amount of funding that we have available. And we have approximately $101 million available for projects. Also, Prop 4 stated that a minimum of 40% of funding should be used to benefit disadvantaged communities and vulnerable populations. No match is required for Prop 4, but it did ask us to prioritize projects that that leverage local funding, And when we talk about our scoring, I'll point out how we plan to do that. In the specific stormwater grant program funding, the requirements list that projects have to reduce flooding in urbanized areas, and also projects have to be a multiple benefit project. Another eligibility requirement is that projects have to comply with stormwater resource plan requirements. And for the last 3 bullets on this slide, I do have slides that go into more detail on these requirements. Next slide, please. So Prop 4 said that projects have to reduce flooding in urbanized areas, but it did not define urbanized for us. So we did some research and we found a definition in US EPA's guidance document on urban areas and small MS4 permits. So we decided to use that definition in our guidelines. And that definition that we're proposing is that an area will qualify as urban if it contains at least 2,000 housing units or has a population of at least 5,000. And so we also wanted to note that there's another Prop 4 program that's also utilizing this definition, and it's California Natural Resource Agency. So CNRA is utilizing this definition for their urban greening grant program. And they just got done with their solicitation for their program. Next slide, please. So for multiple benefits, this was another area where Prop 4 said that we have to have projects that have multiple benefits, but it didn't give any guidance on how to implement this. So what we're proposing is the 2 required benefits for eligibility would be one, the first one, projects have to address flooding in urbanized areas. And then the second one would be projects have to address either a water supply or water quality benefit. So for these 2 required benefits, for eligibility, they have to be quantified in the application. And then in the application, there's areas where applicants can provide additional benefits for their projects. And in the scoring, you can get additional points for those, up to 4 points. In the guidelines, there's a list of potential benefits, and these are the major categories. Next slide, please. So, stormwater resource plan requirements, we get a lot of questions on this. This is a requirement as of Senate Bill 985. This was passed prior to Proposition 1, and it said that stormwater and dry weather runoff capture projects funded with bonds must have a stormwater resource plan. And so those stormwater resource plans have to be reviewed and concurred by the State Water Board. We have a list of those that we have concurred with on our website, and the link is here. So what we're saying is to be eligible for Prop 4 funding, that we have to have concurred with your SWRP, and the project that you're applying for has to be listed in the SWRP. If we've already concurred with your stormwater resource plan and you just need to update your project list, we don't need to reconcur. We would just need that updated project list as part of your application. And to give applicants or agencies more time to do this, we're saying that those SWRP requirements must be met prior to execution of a grant agreement. It's not required with the application. Small disadvantaged communities are exempt from this requirement. Next slide, please. So this table goes over our proposed minimum and maximum grant amounts. We will be soliciting applications for 2 types of projects under this grant program. We're soliciting for planning grants and implementation grants. For planning grants, the maximum grant per applicant is $250,000 and the max is $750,000. For implementation, the minimum is $1 million and the maximum grant per applicant is $15 million. And you'll notice in this table, we are saying per applicant. So if someone submits, if one eligible applicant submits 2 projects, that $15 million can be split between 2 applications. And also for planning projects, no more than $5 million will be utilized for planning funding, and that is of that $101 million. Also to point out, under implementation, just so it's clear, if you apply for implementation funding, we can cover the cost of planning and design and implementation as long as all of that work can be completed within the time frame that the bond funds give us. Next slide, please. So our proposed project selection process consists of applications being submitted through our financial assistance application submittal tool, or as we say, FAST, and the link is here. It will be an open and closed single solicitation process. That's because we anticipate that demand will be very high for this program, so just one solicitation. The applications will be scored using Appendix C of the guidelines, and the highest ranked projects will be placed on the funding list, and then our applicants will be notified if they're selected for funding. Next slide, please. Like I said, Appendix C has our scoring criteria. It includes a self-scoring sheet that applicants can use to self-score. It also has a completeness and eligibility check that they can use when filling out the application. And here is an overview of the 4 scoring tables that we have in the guidelines. The first one is the project score with a max score of 10, secondary score also with the max score of 10. Cost effectiveness has a max score of 8, and the readiness score with a max score of 4. So the maximum score that an application can receive is 32. Next slide, please. And I'm going to briefly go through each scoring table, but we can come back if there are questions from the board or public. So this is our first table, the first scoring table. It's the project score. And Appendix C also has all the definitions for the project categories. It also has definitions for corrective and improvement purposes. But essentially for your project score, you're going to find what project category your project that you're applying for fits in, and then you're going to find the column that it would be ranked in, whether it's corrective or improvement. So for corrective, when you're applying and filling out your application, a corrective project, you have to identify or plan policy or water quality standard that's being violated or exceeded. And if your project corrects that problem, then you would be a corrective purpose. And then all other projects would be an improvement purpose project. If you have a multiple component project or a phased project, we're going to rank your project based on the highest estimated project cost for that component. Next slide, please. This is our secondary scoring table, or as I like to describe it, the benefits table. On the left, you'll see the required benefits we have for eligibility. And then on the right, we have those additional benefits that applicants can claim for additional points. You can also get additional points for socioeconomic benefits. If you are a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community, there are additional points to be earned in this table. Next slide, please. So in order to make that disadvantaged community or severely disadvantaged community determination, we are utilizing the guidance document that the bond coordinator, California Natural Resource Agency, has provided for us. There are 4 questions in that guidance document, and those are also in the application. And that helps us and the applicant determine whether their project is providing a direct and meaningful benefit to a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community. They also have developed a mapping tool that we have to use that makes that determination also for the DAC and the SDAC status. And when we do the application assistance webinar, we go through an in-depth kind of tutorial on how to use that mapping tool. In order to save time, I left that out of this presentation, but it is a very useful mapping tool that we find helpful. Next slide, please. The third table is our cost effectiveness table, and applicants can earn additional points for having longer useful life if they have match funding. Again, match funding isn't required as part of Prop 4, but this is where we are leveraging those project or leveraging those local funds that Prop 4 asks us to do. Also, if projects have operation and maintenance funding secured or identified, they can earn additional points in this cost effectiveness table. Next slide, please. And then our last scoring table is the readiness score. And if applicants provide their plans and specs or their CEQA documents, they can earn additional points. Next slide, please. And our proposed scoring and recommended funding lists. The highest ranked projects will be placed on our recommended funding list. Planning projects will be ranked separately from our implementation projects. And then DFA's deputy director will review and correct any scoring errors if there are any. And then we'll send out preliminary funding notification letters to those applicants who have been selected for funding. We will have a standby funding list that is in the event that a project decides not to move forward and comes off of the funding list, and then we'll move them from the standby list to the funding list. Next slide, please. And I know I went through a lot of information very quickly, so wanted to kind of go over that there are items that requirements that came out of the bond that can't be changed, and those include the applicant eligibility. They include the project requirements and eligibility, such as needing to have multiple benefits and needing to reduce flooding and that DAC and vulnerable population percentage requirement. But there are many elements that are open for public comment and revision, such as the grant minimums and maximums, the application requirements, scoring criteria, the funding list process, even the list of multiple benefit items, or the definition for urban. Those all, were open for public comments and discussion here today. So just wanted to break it down so it was a little easier for our public to digest, since it's a lot of information. Next slide, please. And some helpful websites. Here is our Proposition 4 Stormwater Grant Program website. This is where the draft guidelines are posted. It also will be where, when we open up our solicitation, where that link will be posted. If you haven't subscribed to our Stormwater Grant Program email subscription, I highly recommend you do so. We will be sending out emails when we open up our solicitation. And also, we have the link here for how to find the guidelines for public comment. And then, again, the link for the CNRA direct and meaningful benefit guidance document, and the mapping tool for the DAC determination is also up here. Next slide, please. And here is my contact information and a reminder that comments are due August 24th by noon. And email comments to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and to also to me, Jennifer Toney, at waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide, please. And now we will have our questions and answers. And I can go back to any of the slides, because I know I went through those scoring tables pretty quickly. But it's been a long day and wanted to save everybody some time.
Really appreciate that, Ms. Toney. Really appreciate the great work on this, the solicitation and the guidelines, because it's the first time in our history that we've ever had one specific to stormwater. And really looking forward to receiving the project requests so that we get a better understanding of what's out there and the need and the potential for us to continue to fund. Can you remind me, the 100 million, that's the full amount that's in Prop 4, or is that just the allocation coming in this year? I know we're doing a single solicitation, but just wondering if there's another round of dollars that are out there, if that's the full amount.
That's the full amount. So we had 110 that was in Prop 4, and then by the time you remove the bond costs and the admin, it's 101.5 available for projects.
Thank you. I want to make sure and clarify there, knowing that especially stormwater projects, can be quite costly. And so it isn't a lot of resource that we have there. Yet again, not unlike the conversation we've been having here today, going to need to certainly prioritize across it. But nonetheless, having, again, a solicitation out there specific to stormwater projects, being able to really see that universe of projects, and what I hope is being able to better arm ourselves and others to advocate for more funding from them because we can discreetly identify them. I'm hoping just helps the entire program. And even when it comes to the guidelines, I think there's definite benefits as we discuss the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and opportunities, although, growing the need still yet and pressure on that, but the opportunity to really field specific stormwater projects for those funding sources then as well. Thank you. I don't think I have any further question right now, but looking to fellow board colleagues in case there's anything. And otherwise, there's a couple of commenters that we can go to. And our first commenter, I believe, will be Karen Cowan, then followed by Catherine Muniz.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm CASCO's Executive Director. I want to start with a very, very large thank you to Jennifer Toney. She has been absolutely fantastic, a wonderful partner in general, helping to get the message of funding opportunities and working through the state process and helping to modify some state processes to make it easier for stormwater to access funds. So thank you, Jennifer. You've been a really, really great partner. We're very appreciative. I also want to say thank you to staff for the extension on the final comment day. I'm sure I don't have to tell staff or the water board, you have a few things that have been noticed that are coming over the next couple of weeks, and they were all kind of stacked on top of each other, so that week does really help. We're thankful for that. I also want to thank and note and support two key concepts that are in these grant guidelines that Chair Esquivel kind of get to one of the points you said today and a lot of the theme of today that I've heard in a lot of the comments around funding, and that's the per project amount and as well as the match. Those are two knobs that, depending upon how you turn them, can impact who can access the funds. And we're very supportive of that $15 million per project cap because, as you noted, Chair Esquivel, these projects can be quite extensive. And with that cap, we really do think that it opens the door to meaningful projects in all parts of the state. So thank you very much for that project cap and for, I think, the approach on the match as well. In an ideal world, we'd be able to leverage all sorts of dollars and move each one of these bond dollars farther. The reality is where there is not funding in communities, lowering that match amount and having a higher project amount, again, does mean there's just more communities who are eligible to put in their projects. And also a thank you for recognizing the value of the socioeconomic benefits of stormwater capture and putting that into the grant guidelines. I think, as you all know, we did a report in 2024 to quantify that. We worked with an independent team of economists, and the value is it's tremendous. Every dollar we spend is returned within the first year to communities just in the socioeconomic benefits, not even looking at things like water supply and flood control, obviously with significant benefits there as well. So thank you for that recognition. We have one comment, might have more by the time we get to our written comments, and it's on the definition of urban area, urban stormwater project. We've gotten some initial feedback so far from our phase 2 community that the definition would exclude them. So for communities like Ross, who's a population of 2,300, or Yountville, with a population of 3,400, we'd like the definition to you could leave it as is, but add an additional clause at the end. And the clause we'd like to add is, or is subject to an MS4 stormwater permit, because that would capture all of the phase 2 communities as well. That's, I think, the gist of my comments here today at the workshop. Just again, thank you to staff. Thank you to Ms. Toney for all of the work and the partnership. And we look forward to getting the money out into the communities and seeing the great work these projects are going to do. Thank you.
Here. Really appreciate your leadership, Ms. Cowan, and continued just collaboration with us on all issues, stormwater, but particularly on the funding side. It's not lost on me that we have these dollars in part thanks to your advocacy, and so really appreciate the partnership. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel.
Next, I'd like to call up Catherine Muniz.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Catherine Muniz, and I serve as
Chief Executive Officer of the Orange County Conservation Corps. The Safe Drinking Water, Wildfire Prevention, and Drought Preparedness and Clean Air Bond Act of 2024 added Division 50 to the California Public Resources Code. Section 90150 of Division 50 states, to the extent feasible, a project whose application includes the use of services of a California Conservation Corps or Certified Community Conservation Corps shall be given preference for receipt of a grant under this division. In their current format, the draft Prop 4 Stormwater Grant Program guidelines do not mention any conservation corps, nor do they provide preference for grant receipt to projects that include the use of conservation corps services. Respectfully, OCCC asks the board to update the draft guidelines to include a preference for grant award to projects that include the use of the conservation corps services. The Orange County Conservation Corps Green Stormwater Infrastructure Training Program, the first of its kind in the state of California, demonstrates the unique ability of conservation corps to assist with high-quality, cost-effective urban stormwater projects, while also expanding pathways to education, training, and employment for at-risk members of society. Through our GSI training program, OCCC trains Corps members to help construct, operate, and maintain GSI systems. The program combines classroom instruction with field-based training so Corps members learn industry vocabulary, construction and maintenance techniques, basic landscape design and engineering concepts, and project management skills. We develop trained crews who can provide consistent stormwater project support through our local communities. A video of our recent ribbon cutting ceremony for a Corps member bioretention project provides a more robust understanding of our program and the work of the Conservation Corps here in Orange County. I provided a link to the clerk and would be happy to send you a link directly as well. Additionally, OCCC would welcome the opportunity to discuss our GSI training program with other conservation corps throughout the state. Sharing this model could expand statewide capacity so that more corps are prepared to support stormwater capture projects. Again, I urge the board to revise the draft guidelines to include a preference for projects that use Conservation Corps services. Incorporating such a preference would align the Stormwater Grant Program with the intent of Prop 4, strengthen project implementation, and ensure that the benefits of state bond investments reach communities and workers who need them most. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muniz. Really appreciate you flagging that verbiage and requirement within the Prop 4 bond language, and importantly, the work that you're doing at the local level, connecting folks to their waterways, and importantly, the work that in the sector that can help sustain jobs and just future leaders in the space. So thank you all around for your participation here and your comments. They're well taken.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps up our commenters, and just looking to Ms. Tony around the preference here or language regarding conservation corps. Wasn't aware necessarily of that. Sounds like a reasonable addition, and just wondering if there was any thoughts at this point on that.
Yeah, we'll look into it and make sure. But
appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any, this is just a workshop, so it's just really about providing better input here. Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Chase and Ms. Tony and their leadership and just jumping into a new program and just really collaborating. We heard positive things from Ms. Cowan, and we hear a lot of just for the funding and the resources, and it just really sounds so far you both have been just really responsive in that, and just wanted to say just give you both my appreciation. So thank you both, and look forward to seeing the item come back to us.
Thank you so much, board member. Looking to other members in case there's any feedback, comments regarding the guidelines. Hearing none. I think we're set. Really appreciate, again, the opportunity to elevate, make sure folks know that the comment period is extended to August 24th, is it? So folks have an opportunity to still provide feedback. So thank you, thank you. Incredible work, and looking forward to, as Board Member Morgan said, adopting and getting projects solicited in here. So thank you. All right, we're rounding out the day here. Brings us to our last item for today, our two-day board meeting, which is board member reports. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have anything to report. I quickly have to glance at my own calendar.
I have nothing.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. Oh. Nothing from the Vice Chair, thank you. I'll quickly note, I think the only thing I really have to say is that last week I was at SWRCB, which stands for the California Council on Environment and Economy in Business. Balance. Oh, man, I almost was able to be prepared for, but yes, I was at SWRCB last week. Had the honor of presenting the Pat Brown Award to Steve Lamar from Irvine Ranch Water District. For those of you that don't know Steve Lamar, it is because he is a quiet workhorse in the water space. A lot of loud voices sometimes in the water space. They get a lot of attention. Steve is just a quiet, awesome leader. Have had the pleasure of knowing him for over a decade, starting in my time in DC. But if those of you that don't know, Irvine Ranch Water District is one of the most innovative water districts in the state. We have purple pipe, and it is purple thanks to Irvine Ranch. They were one of the first adopters of recycled water, an innovator, and Steve has been a leader at Irvine Ranch in that spirit, overseeing a number of efforts, but particularly doing a lot of work, I know, around the Natural Conservation Community Plan, or NCCPs that are out there, ensuring that we can both develop, build homes, but also be protective of the environment in a comprehensive way. So he's very much inhabits the spirit of not having to choose between the environment and the economy, but in fact seeing the two intertwined and supporting them both. So it was an honor to present that to Steve Lamar, and then was otherwise on a panel regarding tribal engagement. Timely discussions all around. So really appreciate the invite. Always good to gather with fellow regulators and the business community. Look to Board Member McGuire, who may have similar.
I do, and I'm glad I don't have to tell everyone what SWRCB stands for, but I was there as well. And I was on a panel with Susan Paulson with the Exponent and Sean Bothwell with California Coastkeeper on background and runoff pollution, and whether permittees should be responsible for that. If something flows onto their property, do they take ownership of it once it reaches there? And so it was a very interesting discussion, and it was all stormwater focused, so it's very appropriate since we just had our Prop 4 stormwater funding discussion. But we talked about a lot of different issues, including the Los Angeles Regional Board considering CII permit upcoming, and some of the implications that decision may have. So good discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member.
I have upcoming liaison function with Region 2. I'm meeting with Eileen White and Alexis. Eileen is the new executive officer, and Alexis Strauss is the vice president. I think either this week or next week.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for all the liaison work. I know that board members do. There was a recent shuffling of the region, so nice refreshing of the relationships and the work. So thank you, Board Member. All right, that concludes Board Member reports. Brings us to the end of our two-day board meeting. We will be in recess. We will not go into closed session today, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And we will start, and our only item tomorrow is our Tribal Beneficial Uses Workshop. We have a full day of discussion. Really looking forward to that. Appreciate all the work I know that has gone in to prepare for that. And so we will see everyone tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Until then, we are in recess. Thanks for a fantastic day here and great day of discussion and work. Always appreciated. Thanks all. Be safe, be well. We'll see you tomorrow morning.